Got important work in another committee, I think, I hope.
Yeah.
We're going to start with Senate Bill 280. Does that work? You are the lone in-person witness on Senate Bill 280. Welcome back, Senator Augustine, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 280, which, colleagues, is really just a technical amendment. There is basically when they originally put the Great Maryland Outdoors Act of 2022 together, they did not use the correct language as it related to the naming of the park. There is not like a distinction for the historical parks, so we just needed to just remove that word. It's very simple, very technical. And then the other one was just, it's really, yes, historically it was port of deposit, but it really is port deposit. And so it's just removing that just to make it more accurate, strictly a technical piece of legislation. I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 280.
Okay. Any questions for our President Pro Tem? Okay, see none. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 280. Senator, let's move on to Senate Bill 324. I've got in person Elena Cornoz. Will you bring up from MHEC? Yep. And Richard Kincaid on your sponsor panel. We do have one virtual witness as well signed up favorable, but we'll take that person next. So why don't we? So you start, you take the time you need because we have so many. I know,
I'll be quick.
Yeah.
I'm good, we're good.
You guys might have to be on a clock.
Everybody's clocked and ready to go.
Okay, Malcolm Augustine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 324. What this piece of legislation does, folks, is create a direct admissions program that would allow for our young folks to know what they've had to accomplish when they're in high school in order to gain admission to a conditional admission to the place of higher education. Basically, folks, what happened was I was approached by a group that's been working on this because there are a number of states across the country that have already adopted this direct admission program, because what it does is it's also a good retention tool to keep folks in their states when the students know that if they accomplish these certain things that they're going to be admitted to these schools that they may already want to go to. So I was like, okay, well, let's do that here for Maryland. What I then learned is that the Common Application already has such a program as well. A number of schools, including Coppin State, was using this program through the Common App to establish a direct admissions program that has been very successful for them, very successful. And again, I talked to them about it and said, well, why can't we do that here in Maryland? Also talked to some folks in North Carolina about their program, and then came and brought together MSDE and MHEC, because they would be the ones to implement it. And there's great excitement from both of them about creating this program with the amendments that they put forward, which I very much support. I think that we should do it in the way, since they would be the ones who would implement this program, and which is the reason why we are here as a sponsor panel to do that. Last thing I'll say is there is a note in here from the AIB, a letter of information from the AIB, which I'm going to have a conversation with them about how they envision the college and career readiness standard. Because basically, folks, what happened was I went to them. The other ones are generally around like a GPA driven. And I took that to MSDE, and MSDE said, well, Senator, that's kind of going to be a bit of a challenge, but we have already built in this college and career readiness standard. Why can't we use that as as sort of the basis for this? I said, that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, the AIB now has some questions about that, but we're willing to work with them on that. But we really feel like this is an important step to create greater access for our children, and also good retention tool. And I will ask for a favorable report once amended on Senate Bill 324. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take the witnesses and then we'll take questions. Sir, again, give us your name. And you're going to be, everybody's got to be on this two-minute clock. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Kincaid. I'm the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of College and Career Pathways at the Maryland State Department of Education. I want to begin by thanking Senator Augustine for his leadership on Senate Bill 324. This bill has prompted serious, productive collaboration between MSD, the State Board of Education, and the Maryland Higher Education Commission. At its core, that collaboration has been driven by a shared goal: removing unnecessary barriers to post-secondary opportunity for Maryland students. That focus has resonated deeply with our teams and has meaningfully advanced the work. We are genuinely excited for this bill and what it makes possible. At its heart, Senate Bill 324 does something simple but powerful. By linking the college and career readiness standard to direct admissions, it turns the CCR standard from something that is largely lived in the world of adults checking a box into something real and actionable for students. Meeting the CCR standard becomes a clear signal to a young person that their work in high school leads directly to opportunity after graduation. That clarity matters. As we reviewed the bill in its original form, MSD and MHEC were very enthusiastic about the vision, but we also identified several important policy and operational considerations. From a policy perspective, we recognize that additional work is needed to fully align the CCR standard with higher education admissions criteria. We believe CCR can serve as a strong foundation, and we look forward to engaging other institutions of higher education around our state to arrive at a unified admissions standard together. Operationally, there are also real costs and complexities associated with collecting CCR data in real time and sharing it across these agencies. This has resulted in the amendments that we've worked with Senator Augustine on and are before you as well. With these amendments, we believe that this bill will strongly impact students across our state. And with these amendments, MSD, MHEC, and the State Board of Education are strongly supportive of this bill. Appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Pass the mic to your left.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Deputy Secretary Elena Quiroz-Savanes of the Maryland Higher Education Commission. We deeply thank Senator Augustine for his vision and leadership on this bill. I want to begin with a success story that sets the stage for why we are here. In 2024, when the State Board of Education expanded the college and career readiness standard, the number of Black and Latino students identified as ready more than tripled in a single year. These students have earned their credentials, but we have a disconnect between college readiness and college enrollment. According to the Maryland Longitudinal Data System, nearly 50% of our high school graduates do not immediately enroll in college after graduation. For many, the barrier isn't a lack of talent, but rather the complexity of the transition. SB 324 is a mechanism to bridge that gap. To ensure we deliver on this promise, MHEC and the Maryland State Department of Education have come together to submit a joint letter of support for this bill with amendments. Our agencies are unified behind a policy-first framework. First, alignment. We must bridge the readiness gap. Our amendments require our agencies and institutional governing boards work together to jointly define a unified admission standard by July 2027. When the state tells a student they are college ready, our universities must agree that they are also admissible. Second, privacy. We have separated the technology from the statute to mandate a technical feasibility study. We want to determine the most secure way to match academic records with financial aid eligibility while strictly protecting student privacy. Third, a runway. Our timeline designates a full launch for the high school class of 2029. This remains a voluntary partnership for our universities, but for the student, it changes the story. They don't have to submit an application and hope for an acceptance. They receive a letter that answers a question, is there a place for me, with a financial guarantee and a yes. We respectfully request a favorable report on SB 324 with these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take questions for Senator Augustine or the two witnesses at the panel, Senator Washington and Senator Carozza. Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for this bill. I think it's a real great step forward. I don't know if I missed it, but you said that the AIB had some concerns. Could you tell us the nature of those concerns?
Yeah, sure. So you'll see in there that with the AIB, and I'm going to talk to them about it, they suggest in their letter that for them, it was never envisioned that the CCR actually was something that would indicate readiness for a 4-year school. I'm not trying to mischaracterize, but that's basically what the letter says. And so they're saying, they were suggesting that, sort of making changes to that would sort of change what we were doing with that. But I think it should be that. So I'm going to talk to them about it, But that was some of what they said. So in essence, they were like, this standard was never intended to actually be attached to something like a direct admission program.
I guess I ask because I'm not aware of the AIB's authority to interpret legislative intent. I just would love to clarify, because you said MSDE was enthusiastic, so our state department, and I would assume our state board would also, so those are the two constitutional entities for developing policy around education and curriculum, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Carrozza?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Augustine, thank you for this bill. And I know you and I have had conversations about how we can make sure more of our qualified Maryland students can go to Maryland schools. So my question for you, and it's more just to understand it, when we use the term direct admission program, is it really more of an automatic admission if they meet certain criteria?
Yes.
And that would be, just so I understand, would that be across the board for any Maryland high school student who reaches that criteria would be
Those who are within,
automatically admitted?
right, the students who are within the purview of the MSDE, if they meet this criteria, they meet it, in working in concert with the institutions, that would be admitted, right, to those schools. They would know that they have met the requirements to be admitted to the school.
So,
And it's an opt-in program.
and I guess what I'm just trying to understand is they would select the schools where they would want to be
Of course.
automatically admitted, and then if they reach
Well-
that criteria, they would automatically be admitted.
They would. Well, so in other states, Senator, what happens is that once the student has achieved this, and we're trying to also set expectations for our young people, right? Something to achieve and go for. Once they achieve that, in many of the other states, they then receive like a letter that says, hey, you've met this and you're admitted to, you see what I'm saying? And so it's sort of like that's how it works in other states, and we hope to do similar here in Maryland.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. We have one virtual witness, but you all, thank you for coming in today and testifying. We're going to next go to our single virtual witness signed up favorable, Miriam Gordon. Ms. Gordon? Yeah, you have to, Ms. Gordon, if you need to unmute yourself. Okay, there you go. Okay, Ms. Gordon, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock. We're getting some feedback. You need to turn off your YouTube channel.
Sorry, I signed up favorable.
Ms. Gordon, if you need to unmute yourself. Now, do you have a
Can you hear
YouTube
me?
channel on as well? Because we're getting the feed, there's a
I'm not
lag
muted.
time.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, Ms. Gordon, you're going to be on the
I'm sorry.
2-minute clock. We're getting some feedback.
Okay.
Me too. I'm sorry. I signed up
Your YouTube channel.
No,
Sorry,
Ms.
I
Gordon,
signed
can you hear me?
Ms. Gordon,
for
if
the
you
beverage
need to unmute
container
yourself.
bill.
Now, do you have a
Okay, so that was not
YouTube
this
channel
bill.
on as well? Because
Okay.
we're getting-
We'll have to get
there's a
back to you
lag
then,
time.
okay? Okay, thank you. We haven't heard that
So,
bill yet. That's
I'm
coming
sorry.
later.
It was the beverage container bill that I
Okay,
signed up
thank
to
you.
testify on. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 324. We're going to next go to, thank you, Ms. Gordon.
It's good to be back.
Yes, it is good to be
I didn't say
back.
that to start.
Oh,
All right,
yes.
see y'all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Carrozza next, Senate Bill 371. Just a reminder to everybody, we have 94 witnesses signed up on the bills today, so keep it tight, succinct, and that would be appreciated. Senator Carrozza, Senate Bill 371. Can I bring up your panel? Okay,
Yes,
we've
sir.
got two separate panels. We're going to start with Jennifer Feint, Rusty Molnar, Grayson Middleton, and Waleed Warak. Those are 4 witnesses in your first panel. And Senator Carozza, you can proceed again on Senate Bill 371, and you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity for your kind consideration of an urgent matter in my presentation of Senate Bill 371. This is an emergency bill that would allow farmers to begin construction on their chicken farming operations prior to receiving full coverage under the Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation General Permit. I want to be very clear, this bill is narrow in scope and is meant to allow for continuity of business in very specific circumstances. This legislation would have no impact on the permitting process or water quality. To be clear, these poultry farms would not be operational until they are fully permitted by the Maryland Department of the Environment. And let me explain why this is an urgent matter for the chicken community on Maryland's Eastern Shore and why this is an emergency bill. As way of background, the single National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System General Discharge Permit is delegated to the Maryland Department of the Environment by the Environmental Protection Agency. And it expires every 5 years, whereupon a renegotiated permit is meant to take effect. The CAFO permit is often called a non-discharge permit because the law stipulates that to receive coverage, a chicken farm must be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained such that a discharge of manure, litter, or processed wastewater will not occur to the surface water of the state. On July 7th of 2025, this past summer, the Maryland Department of the Environment's General Discharge Permit for animal feeding operations expired without a new permit being approved. Over a month later, MDE submitted its proposed new permit to the EPA for review, which is only the very first step in a very long bureaucratic process. The failure of MDE to submit a new permit in a timely manner prompted the members of the Maryland Eastern Shore delegation to send a letter to MDE Secretary McIlvaine on August 20th, 2025, requesting immediate action, and that letter is in your testimony. As of today, MDE is still responding to public comment, and there is still no CAFO permit available. We estimate that there currently is a staggering $35 million installed construction, tremendous blow. This significant negative impact does not account for the incalculable losses of on-farm income, real estate transfers, banking fees, equipment feed sales, and resulting government revenue. In addition, since MDE has been unable to issue new permits for the last 7 months, there will likely be a substantial backlog to address once the permit is renewed. This means that a farmer wanting to start an operation back in the summer of '25 will likely have to wait over a year to even start the process, accounting for the permitting backlog, loan process, construction, and integrator contracting. The testimony of the Delmarva Chicken Association underscores the importance of this emergency bill to protect poultry growers from harm done to administrative oversights that are no fault of their own. This has been in effect an unlegislated moratorium on new cafe permits in Maryland, and it is having a devastating consequences on our chicken growers and the overall poultry industry, an industry that contributes more than $5.4 billion to Maryland's economy and pays more than $254 million in state and local taxes. And I would ask my colleagues to focus on that this legislation offers a practical solution by allowing construction to begin without waiting for the issuance of the new general permit while still requiring farmers to obtain a CAFO permit before any animals are housed or any operation becomes active. As the Maryland grain producers state in written testimony, Senate Bill 371 strikes an appropriate balance between protecting water quality and encouraging agricultural economic activity that benefits the entire supply chain, and I would say the entire state of Maryland. As the Maryland Farm Bureau points out, the current delay has affected farmers in every region of the state, not just poultry growers. And without this emergency bill, more and more Maryland farmers are forced into financial hardship, missed timelines, and lost investment opportunities. And I have to tell you, speaking with our farm families, our poultry growers, and others affected by this, it's been very frustrating and stressful time for our chicken farm families, going all the way back to July 7th of 2025, when the MDE CAFO discharge permit expired. I want to recognize that the Maryland Department of the Environment and the Maryland Department of Agriculture have been working with our farm community, poultry growers, and poultry industry through the Delmarva Chicken Association on this emergency legislation. And I want to thank the leadership of both the Maryland Department of the Environment and the Maryland Department of Agriculture for that involvement and for supporting Senate Bill 371, an emergency bill. You will hear later from our Secretary of MDE that we will make clear all existing protections and processes remain in place. And I'm going to personalize this. Some of you were there last Thursday night. Farm families and representatives from every sector of the agricultural community gathered together for the 56th Taste of Maryland Agriculture with Governor Moore, the Secretary of Agriculture, and other cabinet officials, a huge turnout from the members of the General Assembly from both sides of the aisle. And we were celebrating the importance of Maryland agriculture and our support to ensure a viable agriculture industry in Maryland and for the future. Today, you have Maryland's farm community, represented by the Delmarva Chicken Association, the Maryland Farm Bureau, local farm bureaus, Maryland grain producers, farm credit, and farm families from across the state of Maryland, urging and appealing to this committee to support this emergency legislation, and we are requesting a very favorable and swift report to Senate Bill 371. And I appreciate my colleagues listening to the backstory and the background of how we got to this point, and I'm urging your support for this emergency legislation.
Okay, why don't we go through this panel, and then we'll take questions that sponsor the panelists. Grayson, why don't you go first?
Good afternoon.
And everybody, again, because we've got 90 witnesses today, we've got to be on the 2-minute clock, okay? So why don't you proceed?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton, here on behalf of Delmarva Chicken Association. I think the Senator covered the background pretty sufficiently, and so I just want to say simply we cannot afford for this to happen again. It has been more than distressing for us to hear from so many family farmers who cannot comprehend that their income and investments have been jeopardized due to an administrative error in Annapolis, who, despite following every regulation and law, cannot move a bucket full of dirt on their farm. Some may view these folks as industrial facilities. I think you all, through your visits to our farms, have seen that this isn't the case. These are people who work hard for their living and simply want the ability to keep doing it. I want to be clear about what this legislation does, and perhaps more importantly, what it does not do. We have determined through many conversations with MDE that removing this 2019 amendment will give them the discretion to allow prospective growers to build their farms in the event of a lapsed permit. There is no hidden motive, there is no boogeyman. It does not change the requirement of obtaining a CAFO permit before one places birds. It does not remove the various requirements for public input. It does not affect water quality. It does not change MDE's discretion. It does not change the various review of site plans, nutrient management plans, or notices of intent prior to construction. As far as we see it, this is simply fixing a regulatory glitch that no one has noticed until now. A glitch that has tied the hands of MDE, will cost our farmers critical income, and has led to millions of dollars of stalled business on the Eastern Shore. I ask that you please give our farmers the much-needed assurance that this will not happen again, that Maryland is still a state that supports their hard work to feed our people. We ask for a favorable vote on SB 371. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you pass that mic to your left?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Waleed Roich, and I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 371. My father and his brother came from Pakistan in the 90s looking for a better life for their families. In 2017, after saving up enough money from other business ventures, they bought a chicken farm and started growing for Purdue. Tragically, in 2021, my uncle passed away. And since then, I have been managing the day-to-day operations of our family's farm. It makes me proud to continue this legacy that my father and uncle worked so hard for. Since early 2025, we have been trying to start another chicken farm to expand our business. Unfortunately, we were told that this was not possible due to the unavailability of a CAFO permit. Furthermore, my family, like many others, cannot even obtain financing or start work on stormwater management or building pads due to the current law that prohibits the construction of any part of a CAFO before getting a permit. I'm not here today to ask for special treatment. On our farm, we follow every regulation exactly so that there's no discharge. So it is extremely frustrating to be told that we cannot go forward with starting our other farm and expanding our family's dream, not because of anything we did, but because of an administrative error. This is our livelihood. Every day that we cannot start construction, we lose critical income. If we had been able to start construction back in the fall after the permit expired, we would likely be able to start growing chickens this summer. But this was not the case. All we are asking is that we be allowed to start construction on our farm so that when a permit becomes available, we are ready to start growing chickens. This situation has made me uncertain and scared for the future of farming in Maryland. How can you be comfortable when you know you're one administrative error away from losing a year's worth of income? I ask that all you vote in favor of Senate Bill 371 so that other families don't have to deal with this horrible uncertainty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's keep going down the aisle.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jennifer Feint, and I am honored to be here on behalf of Farm Credit. I have worked in agricultural lending for 17 years, and it has been my true privilege to support the producers and businesses that keep Maryland's agricultural economy strong. Farm Credit is a member-owned agricultural lending cooperative that provides reliable and consistent credit and financial services to farmers, agribusinesses, and rural communities across Maryland. Our mission is to ensure the long-term financial strength of the agricultural sector and the rural communities that depend upon it. Farm Credit strongly supports Senate Bill 371, which repeals the statutory requirement that a person must hold a CAFO general discharge permit from the Maryland Department of the Environment before beginning construction on any part of a new CAFO. Removing this pre-construction permitting requirement addresses significant timing and regulatory changes that can delay their project financing. Misalignment between construction timelines and permit issuance creates unnecessary regulatory uncertainty for producers seeking to build, expand, or modernize their operations. When projects are delayed and timelines become unpredictable, many producers face higher costs, from construction materials to interest rates, and often lose valuable time in beginning or expanding their operation. These challenges ultimately place Maryland farmers at a competitive disadvantage. This uncertainty also affects lenders like Farm Credit, who work closely with producers to finance these projects and ensure their long-term viability. As a result, many producers are left in regulatory limbo, unable to begin their construction despite meeting all applicable environmental, federal, and state requirements. For these reasons, Farm Credit respectfully requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 371. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the final witness on this panel.
That sounds deadly there, but anyway. But anyway, thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm not going to replow old ground. Senator Carrozza covered basically all of my talking points, but I would like to point this out. It's more than just the delay of July, where the CAFO expired in 2025 in July. I sold a farm in Dorchester County. My client settled in October of 2024. The process starts once you buy the farm to be permitted locally. It's a long process. It's a systematic process. You can't speed it up. So the very fact that there's no CAFO in place means that that process can't even start. Say we had a CAFO tomorrow, a guy would have to start the process because Farm Credit is not going to lend money until they know they can get a CAFO permit. So the process can't even begin to do the permitting until that's in place. And that could take well over a year to get permitting through the local process. So it's not just the CAFO, it's not being able to start because of the uncertainty that's involved. And I come at this as a realtor with Keller Williams, but I come at this with 20-some years of farming experience, 8 years elected experience, and 20-some years in the real estate industry. And all it is time, is money, and it's costing money because it's blocked up like a dam. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we'll take questions now from either the sponsor, Senator Carrozza, or the 4 sponsor panelists. Okay, seeing none, thank you to all of you. We do have a second panel I'm going to call up next. We've got Ryan Snow, Lindsay Thompson, Secretary Addicks here in the house. Okay. You're here. Yeah, well, you can come up if you're here for the Secretary, and Secretary McElwain here is in the house as well. Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
And those are the 4. Can I just bring up, we have only one, is Harrison Palmer here from MAG? Oh, that's you? Okay, we're good. Okay, so that will be extended to favorable testimony. We do have unfavorable panels after this. So, Madam Secretary, why don't you lead off, and then we'll take the other 3 witnesses after that, and we'll take questions, okay?
Okay.
And Madam Secretary, we won't put you on the clock, but the other 3 of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and all the members of the committee. It's so good to see you all today. And thank you for this opportunity to testify. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment, and I am here to support Senate Bill 371. I want to start by saying that this bill addresses a very specific step in the permitting process for concentrated animal feeding operations, which you all have already heard today. But I want to really talk about this step because it's really important. That step that we're here talking about today has real consequences, as you've heard, on farmers and businesses who are simply trying to plan, invest, and do the right thing. Unfortunately, my agency did lapse on the permit. I won't get into the reasons why, but I can tell you and assure that that will not happen again. But it did cause some issues, and there was not much we could do about it because this procedural clause that's in this law. So that's why we're here to talk about it today. So right now, our state law requires that an applicant seeking construction for the first time and not covered by an existing CAFO permit must obtain coverage under either an active general permit or an individual permit. That sounds straightforward, but we learned it is not. It is not straightforward because in reality, it can actually be a real challenge for businesses and farmers, as you've heard today. So for example, if the CAFO permit expires, which that is exactly what happened, we've essentially shut down new businesses for anyone who was not already covered under that existing permit and who otherwise could have applied. And that's why this bill really does matter. Senate Bill 371 removes that requirement, and it allows construction to begin earlier in the process without changing any of the environmental rules that protect Maryland. And I do want to be clear. Allowing a business to begin construction does not mean less oversight from MDE. All discharge limits, operational requirements, public notice, and compliance standards, they remain fully in place. No facility can operate unless it meets our environmental protections, period, point blank. So what does this oversight actually look like in real time? First, before any ground is broken, businesses must still obtain coverage under a stormwater construction general permit and comply with soil erosion and sediment controls. Second, MDE's technical plans and CAFO notices of intent will remain publicly available for community review before an operation is officially registered. And that means stakeholders, they can provide public comment and they still can request a hearing. And finally, MDE will continue the pre-construction inspections so that we can ensure that the standards are met from the start. So again, what this bill does is remove an unnecessary barrier while keeping water quality protections and transparency and environmental safeguards firmly in place. And so for those reasons, I am respectfully asking for a favorable report on SB 371. Thank you.
Okay, Harrison Palmer, let's get some Secretary of Agriculture de facto here for Kevin Haddock's perspective on this, and then we'll go to Ms. Kessler, Ms. Thompson, okay?
I'll remind him of that exact terminology when I see him. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, all members of the EEE Committee. My name is Harrison Palmer. I'm Chief of Staff at the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Secretary Haddock obviously sends his regards and regrets his inability to be here today. But he reiterates and reiterated to me before this his support of this bill, the procedural opportunity here, and MDA's continued support of our poultry industry and our sister agency, recognizing that this bill gives the discretion back to MDE to continue their support of agriculture, as shown by Madam Secretary's presence here today. Maryland poultry is a driver for the agricultural economy in our state, and the CAFO process ensures that farmers can safely, humanely, and efficiently raise chickens. We were grateful to see so many of you last week at the Taste of Agriculture, as well as at Chicken Day in Annapolis a couple of weeks ago. Senate Bill 371 addresses a specific challenge that arose in 2025, where the federal permit from EPA expired and was not renewed on time, and the poultry industry was at a standstill. This limited the review and construction of poultry houses for new and beginning farmers, as we saw in a previous panel, and farmers that are looking to expand their opportunities by scaling up their operations. To prevent further disruptions in the construction of CAFOs that incorporate the most modern and advanced technologies for animal welfare by replacing old structures, we must ensure that the Department of the Environment has the tools and discretion to do so, even when the federal permit has a temporary lapse. I recognize the concerns from opponents of the bill, but it's important to note, as we've continued to hear today, that the poultry industry is limited by the processing capacity of the Eastern Shore, and this bill does not open the door to an influx of new CAFOs, but rather gives the industry and the state the capacity to ensure that the best and latest technology still has a chance to exist under the statutory state review and processes, even when the federal permit is under review. So with that, we respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 371.
Okay, let's, we want to go Ms. Thompson, why don't you?
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association in support of this legislation. You've heard from everybody else what this bill does and does not do, and so I'd just like to briefly focus on the importance of the poultry industry to the grain industry. So as you've heard me say here before, more than 90% of the grain and soybeans produced in the state of Maryland are consumed by the poultry industry here on Delmarva, creating a really great local market that our farmers are able to tap into that helps to support the prices that our farmers receive for their grain. Many of our farmers have also diversified their operations, and so many grain farmers are also poultry farmers or would like to become poultry farmers. I heard specifically from one very young, new beginning grain farmer who was attempting to build a poultry operation to add to his family's farm and has been unable to do so and is unsure if he will be able to do so once the timing aligns with coverage under the permit. And so solving this one administrative item that actually was not even in place prior to 2019. So prior to 2019, if there was an expiration or a lapse in the permit, farmers could construct. And I will say that we did not see many of the problems that are outlined in the opponent testimony during that time. And so I will just end with supporting this legislation is supportive not only of the poultry industry, but the grain farmers, new and beginning farmers, and we would urge your favorable report.
Okay.
Chair, I'm just here, Rick Kessler, Director of Land and Materials Administration. I'm just here as a subject matter expert with the Secretary and because I love this committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kessler. Sir, who are you?
Yeah, I think instead of Ryan Snow, should have been Parker Welch,
Yes,
Executive Director of Maryland Farm Bureau. Okay.
absolutely. You can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Parker Welch on behalf of the Maryland Farm Bureau here in support of Senate Bill 371. I just want to add a few items about Maryland's CAFO rules, not only applying to the poultry industry, but also to dairy farms, cattle operations, and other livestock facilities statewide. So the concerns that we heard from the panel before in poultry farms, to echo those for those other industries. I'd also like to add that SB 371 also supports the broader food system resiliency goals of Maryland. The Maryland Food System Resiliency Council stresses the importance of strengthening in-state production capacity, modernizing farm infrastructure, and preventing bottlenecks that weaken the supply chains. So I just want to reiterate that, this bill fixes a bottleneck and doesn't impact environmental standards. And for those reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 371. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Washington for a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Secretary, and everyone, and this collaborative, this issue, this urgent issue is important, and I support it. I want to just ask about the broader issue of, are there various permits that that MDE has the authority, I guess coming from the federal government, and then we have authority. Is there, just for the committee's benefit or for my benefit, do we have like a list of all of those and their expiration dates?
A list of all the permits that we have?
Yeah, so,
Yes, we do.
so I was trying to figure out, well, okay, so we have EPA, and I guess there is a requirement that states establish permitting programs. Is that correct? And so the permitting programs are established in a range of areas. Air
Correct.
quality, this has to do with the soil erosion, all kinds of things. So is there a list somewhere, I guess without having to go through each chapter and subtitle, of all of the programs that the state of Maryland is required to authorize and to permit for? And then are there dates and expirations and qualifications for each of those?
We can provide it. Yeah. Yes, it is. We can provide it to you.
Okay. And committee, why I raise it more broadly for us is that the governor has established and the planning secretary has talked with us about their permit review council, et cetera, and it's been targeted mostly around development and building. I think part of streamlining clearly and making more efficient would be also an assessment of the universe of permits that could also provide this committee with an opportunity to modernize and maybe catch some of the things that maybe have done in the past and are no longer relevant. So I see you nodding, in particular impacted individuals, in this case, the Farm Bureau and others that are subject to our monitorings. Do you think understanding where all of the permits are in one place and what their expiration dates would be something, that you would want state government to do?
Absolutely. So I recognize that I think that list from MDE is going to be a long one.
Yes.
Right? And so having that all in one place and understanding the expiration dates on all of those, I don't think that any of us necessarily fault MDE for the workload issue and the fact that the permit expired, and we appreciate that they're working with us to get this issue resolved. So I think looking at the broader universe, many of those other permits also impact agriculture, whether those are water draw permits, et cetera, would be a very good exercise.
And then to be clear to the committee and to secretary, this is offering mistakes. Things happen, and they happen in other agencies. They happen on your farm. They happen everywhere. This is just looking for a way for us to have, instead of the reactive response, that maybe we can look ahead. And so when I say one place, I guess I'm just saying just a research and analysis, because I know that that will be a difficult task because they appear in lots of different parts of the code. And so I just think it would be helpful. That's all. I don't know, Secretary, if you think it's a good idea too. Because we could ask for it. All right, she doesn't want to say. All right, then, thank you very
Okay.
much.
Okay, let's go to Vice Chair Kagan, then we're going to go to Senator Gallion, and then Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because you said more than once that we have 94 witnesses today,
Yes,
I'm going
we
to
do.
be
Yes, we
brief.
do.
And I'm going to ask one of you, and you guys can negotiate or thumb wrestle or whatever, which one of you is going to answer this question. We have a lot of unfavorable testimony, and you guys are all proponents of the bill. So these are people that I am normally aligned with, and I'm normally aligned often with you as well with this department. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Indivisible, Shore Rivers, Maryland League of Conservation Voters, Water Keepers, Friends of the Earth, blah, blah, blah. Why are you guys okay with this bill when all of them are opposed? If you could just put it in like plain English so we can all really understand it clearly. Appreciate it.
No, I'm so happy you asked, because I am very much aligned with all of those advocates and groups as well, and I understand where they're coming from. The reason why I am supporting it is because, and I'll tell you why they're opposed, because I think that was your question. It is because I don't think that they understand that they believe that we're just giving a pass by giving this, with this law being approved, that basically there's a pass and we're not going to do our oversight that we're required to do. That's why my testimony was very clear, and nothing changes. We're still, the oversight is still there. Comments will still be available, public comments, and the environmental protections will still be in place. This doesn't remove any of that. And I think that's the disconnect that are my favorite groups, the reason why they're opposed to it. But the environmental protections are still there, but it doesn't seem like it's clear, but they are.
So maybe at some point, if there's a clarity that's needed so that the emergency that you are discerning, that the department and others are supporting, but that environmental advocates are worried about, maybe there's a conversation to be had. But it's anyway, thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you all. Thank you, Senator Croza.
Senator Gallion, then Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. I really appreciate you being at the table and helping deal with this issue. It means a lot that you're here in person, too. So we appreciate that. So a quick question for your department. I know that you manage a number of different type of water quality permits, your MDE does. Have any of those other permits, besides the CAFO that we're talking about, expired before the adoption of a new permit? And if so, how did MDE handle those folks who are in need of a permit for continuity of business? So if you could just tell us what makes the CAFO different.
Well, the answer is yes, they've expired before. And when they do, we still have to do the due diligence, and we still have to deal with those permits. That doesn't stop anything. I think you're asking in relation to if these permits were given the go-ahead to start construction, what does that mean on us? It doesn't mean anything. We still do the pre-inspections before anything is done, before construction. So it doesn't stop that.
So this is not unusual to the way you deal with other permits then?
No, it's not unusual at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, the Vice Chair and I were right on the same page. I was curious, how you could answer and address the confusion that there was there. But since I've got the mic, I just wanted to say, you texted me on Friday and followed up with me on Sunday on another issue, your department, and you've been working overtime. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we're going to go to the unfavorables next. I'm going to call up a list. Patty Anderson, Michael Payan, Maria Payan, Annie Richards, Molly Armas. So we got 5 seats, 5 witnesses. Also, Matt Stegman is signed up unfavorable. Why don't you take a seat, Matt, somewhere if you can, and try to get you in. And then we do have 2 virtual witnesses before we're complete. So we're just going to go in order. I'm going to go right there, and we'll just go down the panel. So tell us your name, and each of you will be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Patty Anderson. I am the Policy Director at the Johns Hopkins Center for Livable Future. I have to say that these views are my own and do not represent all of Johns Hopkins University. I'm here today to oppose and urge you to vote against Senate Bill 371. This bill would allow new construction of new CAFOs before MDE reviews how wastewater and manure would be managed, which removes a critical safeguard for public health and natural resources and ensures that siting and design decisions are reviewed before construction begins. Even though MDE has said that its updated 5-year permit will be finalized in the next few months, this bill has no sunsetting provision and therefore would permanently roll back oversight. This is an overly broad bill, and it's a harmful approach to a short-term administrative problem. It's like using a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. This bill also contradicts Maryland's commitment to environmental justice and community engagement. Under current rules, communities can review plans, submit comments, and request hearings before new CAFOs are built. If this bill passes, communities will be denied the opportunity to provide input until it's too late to make meaningful changes to the design and siting and other details of the CAFOs. This bill also blatantly contradicts Governor Moore's executive order on environmental justice, and it calls on state agencies to engage with impacted communities in meaningful ways and incorporate that into their decision-making. Also, this bill proposes an emergency measure to protect public health and safety, but it does the opposite. The entirety of the permitting process is critical for protecting our communities and our state's natural resources. CAFOs can contaminate ground and surface water with nitrates, bacteria, and pathogens, all of which pose serious risk to public health. And in summary, this bill weakens environmental health protections, contradicts the public health evidence, and silences community voices. So for these reasons, I respectfully urge you to reject this bill. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Maria Payan. I am co-founder of Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, and we are a community-based organization on the Lower Eastern Shore. I am also the EJ chair of the Wycomico County NAACP. We have a whole group that has not been represented in this, and those are the families that actually live in rural communities. And I will tell you that our farmers and our community members are pretty much on the same page, at least the ones that I have talked to, that we have talked to. As a matter of fact, it was brought up by a pillar of the community at the last Wycomico County NAACP meeting about this legislation. We were promised with the executive order for environmental justice from MDE, transparency, that we would hear from the people who were living with pollution, which is often lower income, brown and black communities. And we were also promised transparency. We have not received any of that through this process. PIA requests were ignored from September, October, November, December, and January on this legislation. I am sorry that there is a delay. And as we heard in testimony last week, the permit should be within a month or two. But to permanently roll back regulations before construction, I don't know of any other industry that is allowed to build before getting permits. And this is the only process that the community has to voice their opinion. Once the money is spent, it's going to be hard to not have the protection that they would have before money was invested. I urge you to vote no on this, please, to oppose it.
Thank you. Next witness.
Hi, I'm Michael Payan. I'm also with Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, Director of Operations. I would urge an unfavorable report on this bill. There's a reason that the permitting process is set up the way it is, that the permit is issued prior to shovels breaking earth on a farm. It does become much harder to ask for adjustments, deny something once hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars have been spent on a project. I think another thought that comes to mind when we're hearing the folks that are in support of this bill voicing the concerns about this holding up income for farmers. If the farm isn't able to operate until they're permitted anyway, how are we fixing the issue that the income for the farmers is being delayed? So that's just one thought on the issue. The other one is, I've been an impacted neighbor of one of these facilities that was operating in a way that was really impacting our family's health. I would hate to see an opportunity for public engagement prior to shovels breaking ground be taken away from communities, because these do cause really serious impacts on neighbors' health. And to propose this as emergency legislation that is in the name of public health is just absolutely ridiculous, because there's no data that supports that this would impact public health in a positive way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, my name is Annie Richards. I am your Chester Riverkeeper for Shore Rivers, a water quality organization on the Eastern Shore. I want to first thank Delmarva Chicken Association and other industry members, Grace and especially the sponsors, for their engagement with us on this bill. While we are here today in an opposing posture, Shore Rivers firmly believes we have the same goal, which is transparent and dependable permitting processes. MDE's failure to renew the AFO general permit on time is an action that greatly concerns the industry and environmental organizations. It created undue hardship on farmers, and it erodes our confidence in environmental protocols. We feel the emphasis of this legislation should be targeting accountability at MDE. Instead, we are discussing a retreat from the Clean Water Act that will set a precedent for a build first, permit later standard. I want to reiterate that we do not believe that farmers are seeking to circumvent environmental review. They are pursuing the option that was given to them from MDE, and therein lies our issue. Removal of this language is not, as MDE describes, the removal of a procedural hurdle. A permit is not just a piece of paper, it is the implementation of the Clean Water Act. A permit is not simply about whether animals are present. It is about whether an operation has adequate manure storage, stormwater controls, setbacks and buffers, proper siting, nutrient handling systems that prevent discharge. Maryland's AFO-CAFO permitting system does not treat construction as separate from water pollution control. The permit framework is built around the idea that facility design, infrastructure decisions, siting made during construction will determine the pollution risk for decades. MDE has assured the committee that all oversight processes will remain the same, but there is no evidence of that written into the bill language. No NOI process required. So the promise of a public process and a site visit before permitting is hypothetical. The previous administration was not exercising, the 2019 amendment in question was passed into law precisely because MDE under a previous administration was not exercising proper leadership through regulation. So I hope that you all oppose and shift the intent towards regulatory accountability, not environmental oversight. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, my name is Molly Armis. I'm here on behalf of Friends of the Earth and our members and supporters in Maryland. We strongly oppose SB 371. We echo a lot of the concerns that have already been mentioned. Again, the process is changing. Applying for a water discharge permit, as my colleagues mentioned, requires notice to the community engagement. It requires submitting an environmental justice screening score. Community transparency and environmental justice are not just about identifying problems. It's about ensuring fairness in environmental decision-making to prevent policies and projects from exacerbating existing inequalities. How does that occur after a facility is already built? It exists. It's already there in the community, regardless of their concerns. Why is the response to an administrative delay to punish the communities who live closest to these operations? Why, for a temporary solution, is the proposed solution permanent? This is a massive step backwards for Maryland, for clean water, for public health. It undermines the state's regulatory integrity and creates a slippery slope. We strongly encourage you to give an unfavorable report to SB 371.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Mrs. Stegman, why don't you just go to the podium and then we'll take questions from the entirety of all members. Mrs. Stegman,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Matt Stegman on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We oppose Senate Bill 371 as it's before you today. We're not blind to the hardship that's been suffered by some of the folks in the industry that have been caught up by the failure to renew general permitting authority, but our concern, I think, echoes a lot of what my colleague Annie already said about the kind of precedent that this would set both for regulation at CAFOs and for other regulated dischargers. The 2019 law was put into place in the context of the agency enforcement priorities at that time, and it was put in place as an accountability measure for both the agency and the industry. I think we have a lot more confidence now in 2026 than we did in 2019 for the folks in the front row here and for the folks from the industry to apply the necessary rigor in the permitting process. But this bill would create a permanent change, and that would apply to future iterations of the agency and reflect their enforcement priorities. So we don't think that that the farmers are bad folks. We understand that there's been some harm done here. Want to echo what Annie said to really give credit to the proponents of the bill, and especially to Grayson at DCA for being willing to engage with us. Hopeful that we can find something that might allow us to change our position, but as the bill sits before the committee today, we would request an unfavorable report.
Okay, let's go to the members. We're going to start with Senator Washington, then to the sponsor, Senator Carrozza. Senator Washington, you're first up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, this is why we have bill hearings. And so I'm looking more closely at the bill. And I'm going to revise my statements in the sense of I support a solution. I am seeing that it is striking law completely. So what would be a solution, or what could be, how do we get to a yes? If there have been some conversations related to, look, there was a mistake, it has consequences. There is a narrow set of people that are immediately impacted by those, right? So rather than striking the entire law, what have been the conversations?
Oh, I'm not supposed to. Okay. There have been a number of conversations. Again, I do want to give credit to the agency and to the industry for being willing to dig in. I think the trick is finding something that works for everybody. But there is broad consensus that we want to help the folks that have been caught up here and make sure that there is some relief in the event that, God forbid, this permit were to lapse again. So I don't know that we've totally, gotten someplace that I'm comfortable saying in a public hearing here, but, credit that we're all, continuing to work on it leading into and, beyond this bill hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I would just like to add that through conversations with the agency, it does exist within MDE's regulatory process to issue individual permits in this instance. They could have issued individual permits that match the conditions of the expired general permit, and that wouldn't need legislation at all. That could have just moved forward. Additionally, we could talk about amendments that focus more on ensuring that there's the proper protocols to ensure that the general permit is renewed on time, checkpoints, agency accountability measures to make sure that the industry is not put in this position again with an expired permit, versus if the expiration were to happen again, we would strike an environmental review protocol.
Yeah, let's go to the sponsor, Senator Carrozza, then we'll go to Senator Gallion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to tell you, the lack of sensitivity of this panel is alarming to me. And while you may say the right words about, wanting to seek a solution, there's no acknowledgement that this is a very narrow solution and a very narrow bill. And there's not an acknowledgement that there's no impact on the permitting process or on water quality, of the concerns that have been expressed from the Sentinel. And I guess my question is, and I did have some conversations with Matt Pluta from Shore Rivers. We had a conversation, and looking at the Maryland Department of the Environment working with us on this, and to know that all of the other, criteria, permitting process, all that is still in place. It's one narrow fix, and to have this type of objection, I just want to know, did Shore Rivers or Chesapeake Bay Foundation acknowledge that in the testimony of the Maryland Department of the Environment, it says the department will still require operations to obtain a construction general permit before breaking ground. And then goes on to say, again, that, all of the other requirements have to be met before, birds would go in those houses. And so how narrowly tailored that is, that's why when I hear like we want to have other solutions and make this even more narrow, I don't think there's an acknowledgement of what the Maryland Department of the Environment testified today. Would you acknowledge what the Maryland Department of the Environment put in their testimony?
Sure, absolutely. I read the letter of information from Maryland Department of the Environment saying...
Actually, it's a letter of support.
Thank you for correcting.
I am correcting it.
So MDE mentioned that they could continue with their environmental oversight, but that is not what is codified in the language of the bill. It is through regulation. And we have seen through changes of administration that that can wax and wane. That is why the 2019 language exists in the first place. And we would like to see that continue and find other mechanisms that address the actual problem, not the symptom, which is that MDE did not renew the general permit on time.
Okay, let's go to Senator Gallion next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this would be for Shore Rivers or Chesapeake Bay Foundation, whoever would like to take it. As I understand the bill, chickens can't be placed until the grower receives a full permit. This is just allowing them to build. And there's still a review process using the notice of intent before they start building. So can you explain to me how this is a water quality concern?
Yeah. Oh, proceeding to the root. Yeah, I think, like I said, we have some degree of confidence for this iteration of the agency to do everything that they testified here today. Our concern is that this makes a permanent change in the law. And so those things that the agency testified to are not spelled out in this bill, that is something that MDE will always do in perpetuity. So, do I think that this is going to lead to some, crazy explosion in this industry? No, I do not. But do I think that we should be in a position to be rolling back protections in perpetuity? I don't think that either.
So in most, when we talk about economic development and business models, you'd think you'd want to be able to develop more of these places that provide jobs and food for our citizens. So is the panel basically saying that they don't want to see any more CAFOs in the state of Maryland? May I take that? What's that? The gentleman had something.
I don't think anyone on the panel suggested no more CAFOs in the state of Maryland. I think everyone on the panel is very much supporting the current regulatory system we have in place and don't want to see parts of that permanently rolled back.
Also, I'd like to add that this doesn't allow chickens to go into the house, right? So we have farmers that are taking on financial risk to build, but they can't operate and generate revenue with this fix. So to me, I would feel uncomfortable moving forward under that circumstance.
But that's their risk. And
Sure.
farmers take risk every day when they're starting a new operation, expanding. Believe me, I've done it. So that's kind of on them. I mean, they understand the risks, and they're here, the different ag groups are all here in support of this bill. One final thing, it was brought up about, previous administration, and you're comfortable with this and whatnot. We have to work with what's the best rule of law. We can't, as legislators, worry about who may be the next governor and the next administration. We got to do our best. And this MDE, and this was mentioned in some of your testimony, in their statement says would have a minimal impact on MDE operations because they simply would remove a procedural hurdle for applicants and a specific limitation on the department's permitting authority. So this MDE is looking at it as basically a procedural hurdle that needs correcting. And somehow this is getting extrapolated into saying, well, the next administration may be bad, so we've got to keep this thing that's limiting our farmers from growing and in. So I just am having a real hard time squaring that.
Okay, well, again, that might be a comment. I mean, you don't have to answer, but okay, feel free to respond. And then we do need to move on here. So do you want to respond to Senator Gallion's comment / question?
So, yes. I don't think it's MDE, okay, that is, they're not the ones being impacted by this. What this does, this rollback, is it takes away the community's ability to participate meaningfully in the permitting process.
But there's still public hearings and that CAFO process, though. So doesn't that involve the community, those public hearings that are being held?
If it's after a facility is already built, then none of that testimony is going into the actual planning of the project.
But it's before the chickens are going in, correct?
I'm sorry?
It's before the actual chickens are.
Yes, but after it's already built and after finances are already spent, we know like some of these operations today, they're expensive, right? You're talking about investments of $5 million, $8 million, right? And that's a big risk. And when that kind of money is spent, I think it takes away the abilities of an agency to honestly look at a facility and deny or change because money has been invested.
Okay, thank you for responding.
Okay, let's go to Senator Hester, then Senator Washington. Maybe you'll have the last word for this panel. We still have a couple additional witnesses here. Okay, Senator Hester, then Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Stegman. I feel like we've been through a lot together on various bills, and they don't always come out drafted perfectly the first time. When I look at the bill file here, I see lots of smart people just writing in opposed to this bill. I think what we need is some concrete suggestions for how to get out of this pickle that we're currently in. And so I would just, I don't expect you to answer that question now, but if you're willing to go back and maybe offer some suggestions to the bill sponsor, the Department of the Environment, I think that would be a really proactive, solution-oriented approach to dealing with this.
Okay.
Yes, those are ongoing conversations, and we're.
Okay, we'll just stop at the I agree. And then we're going to go to Senator Washington for the last word, and then we're going to, yeah.
I guess I want to make sure that, what is a CAFO? We've said that over. What is a CAFO? So it's a concentrated animal feed. And is it a separate, so that there's a general permit, and is it a separate permit? Or if anybody in the agency, is there a separate CAFO permit?
So really broadly, yes, yeah, there's a general permit for how you should operate CAFOs, and the department can extend coverage under that general permit to individual facilities.
I guess I want to understand, because again, we're eliminating a permit according to the law, so we're striking. So I just wanted to make sure.
No, they're not eliminating the
Okay, can
permit. Sorry.
So what is it? I guess I'm misunderstanding what it's doing, because you said it's striking the requirement.
Requirement for an individual to, the 2019 amendment says an individual must possess a CAFO permit before beginning construction. We're striking that requirement to hold the CAFO permit before they begin construction.
So who issues the CAFO requirement?
MDE.
Okay, so it's a requirement and it's a permit?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I asked. I said, is it a separate
permit? Yes.
Okay, thank you, good. All right, so it's separate from the general permit?
No.
No.
Ah.
Yeah, right. That might.
That's right.
Yeah, bring in that.
Okay, how about this? We're going to bring
We can follow up.
You want the subject expert, Mr. Kessler, to respond to Senator Washington, then I think we need to move on.
Yeah, the provision doesn't repeal the permit. The CAFO permit is a specific size. CAFO refers to a specific size AFO permit, animal feeding operation. We have Maryland animal feeding operation permits. We have CAFO permits, AFO permits. So
was that established in a different part of the code, this permit? Or
Yes.
is it here? Where is the permit?
For
us to do, yeah. All right, so just to follow up, in order for us to fix this, because I agree, I think there's just maybe even in the 2019 language, I don't think that the drafting of that seems like as clear as it could be. So if we could understand exactly where the requirement to have a CAFO certification, whatever it is, would like to know exactly where it is in code, where it is in regulation, and how it fits in the general discharge process.
And Mr. Kistler, you could send an email to
That's
Senator
fine.
Washington.
Thank
That
you,
might be
Mr.
more
Chairman.
efficient,
We will
okay?
follow up
Okay.
in writing.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have 2 virtual witnesses also signed up unfavorable. Okay, which one? Okay, Gabrielle Ross, we're going to pull you up. You're signed up unfavorable. You'll be the final witness on the bill. Ms. Ross, can I locate you? Ms. Ross, you got to start. Okay, there you are. Ms. Ross,
Hi,
okay, we
thanks.
see you. We hear you, and you're on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're signed up unfavorable. So why don't you proceed?
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Gabby Ross, and I'm speaking on behalf of Concerned Citizens Against Industrial CAFOs, a community-based organization founded on Maryland's Eastern Shore in 2015. Originally, we were formed because communities were being overwhelmed by the rapid expansion of the industrial poultry operations. Nearly overnight, massive chicken houses began appearing next to homes, churches, and schools, often with little to no notice to the people who lived or worshiped there. Families woke up to industrial facilities being built in their backyards with no meaningful opportunity to ask questions, raise concerns, or protect their health. SB 371 takes us back to that exact moment in time. The trust issues we have with MDE still persist to this day. These bills undermine years of work by residents, advocates, and lawmakers to bring transparency, accountability, and environmental justice into the permitting process. They weaken the tools like the AFO search system, contradict Maryland's environmental justice commitments, and silence communities before construction begins when their voices matter the most. We have never been against chicken farming on the shore. We understand it's a necessity. We have always fought for better permitting, transparency, public participation, and proper safeguards being put in place. This legislation would also further burden county municipalities. We already have issues of state agencies like MDE and MDA not communicating with our county governments about projects that are coming to the area. Our state agencies also have a history of poor follow through with certain permits and projects, which we have seen firsthand on the Eastern Shore. Allowing construction to move forward without permits will accelerate the build out of mega-sized factory farms, fuel minority energy expansion, and further push out small local farmers who cannot compete with large, often foreign-backed investors building 8 or more houses on a single property. This bill does not protect communities, it protects an industry. We urge you to give SB 371 an unfavorable report and protect the Eastern Shore residents of Maryland. Thank you.
Oh, that's loud. Okay. Okay, any questions for Ms. Ross? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 371. Senator Bailey, okay. Senator Bailey's on his way on Senate Bill 368. He's literally hallway, maybe, hopefully. So let's wait a minute for Senator Bailey to arrive on Senate Bill 368. And while he's, is Ryan St. Laurent here? Signed up favorable on Senate Bill 368. Ryan, why don't you come to the witness stand, and then when Senator Bailey arrives, he can present the bill. And we'll take it from there. Yep, there you are. Just like, hey, you can go at the table, the podium, whatever you prefer. Senator Bailey, Senate Bill 368. And you take the time you need, and then our witness, Ryan, you're going to be on the up to 2-minute clock because of our busy day today. So all yours, Senator Bailey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. Senator Jack Bailey representing St. Mary's and Calvert County, District 29. So today I'm going to talk to you about Senate Bill 368, which would implement a process for reviewing and improving applications for shoreline stabilization methods in Calvert and St. Mary's County. I would like to point out to you that this is a local bill approved by both of these counties. This area faces specific challenges in preventing shoreline erosion based on the depth and the fetch of our water. Living shorelines are an important component of protecting our environment in Maryland. The Living Shoreline Protections Act of 2008 established that it is the state's preference for living shorelines to be used whenever feasible for erosion protection. This legislation is not intended to undermine this principle, but rather implement it in a way that I believe would be more feasible and responsive to our constituents, as our local living shoreline projects can be much as 10 times more costly than those in other jurisdictions and also more prone to failure. Under current law, improvements to protect a person's property against erosions must consist of non-structural shoreline stabilization measures that preserve the natural environment. There are 2 exceptions to this. Non-structural shoreline stabilizations methods do not have to be constructed in areas designed by mapping done by Maryland Department of the Environment as appropriate for structural shoreline stabilization measures, or in areas where a person can demonstrate to MDE's satisfaction that non-structural shoreline stabilization measures are not feasible. However, MDE's current mapping designations much of the shoreline in these counties not as appropriate for one method or another, but rather as undetermined, and obtaining a waiver of these requirements from MDE can cost a property owner a substantial amount of money and for an outcome that's undetermined. This is significantly troublesome because the shoreline is continuing to erode as this process continues, a fact made worse by the strength and the energy of the water that we face in Calvert and St. Mary's County. Stopping erosion, slowing sediment, and the health of the bay should be a primary mission for us, especially for MDE. Unfortunately, we hear from many of our contractors and our landowners that they decide to not go through this process because it's not financially feasible for them. And as a result, they do not pursue erosion projects or protection at all, and we lose more and more of our shoreline every year. Senate Bill 368 places the local soil conservation district in both Calvert and St. Mary's in charge of determining where living shoreline projects must be constructed and approving appropriate shoreline stabilization projects within each county. I've been very proud to work with Ryan and Bruce in these counties that I represent, and along with the other senator in Calvert County, and willing to bring their expertise as we already utilize in other contexts for erosion control and prevention to address this urgent issue. These are entities of the state, so these shoreline stabilization projects will still be regulated at the state level. And the soil conservation districts are close to the affected landowners, and their specific expertise and knowledge of the local environment will be great help and inform these important decisions. This is a local bill. Just as I believe that one size cannot fit all with the current regulation structure, there are jurisdictions that experience less intense erosion that are satisfied with the present system of oversight with these processes. But for us in St. Mary's and Calvert County, the current process is not working. In addition to this change of authority, this bill also incorporates some of the recommendations from the soil conservation districts to give greater flexibility to address the unique needs of our region, specifically regarding mitigation and the time of year that a shoreline stabilization project must be constructed. This bill also includes provisions to ensuring that there are additional oversight of the projects where the soil conservation districts provide design service to protect against conflicts of interest. I just want to take a moment to address, if you look in your bill file, you'll see there's some responses by MDE in the opposition of this bill. And I just have a few points that I think it is very important to address. First, they talk about inconsistent standards. The standards are inconsistent because the depth and the fetch of the water are inconsistent. That is why this bill is in front of you. Because what works in other parts of the state doesn't work in these 2 counties. We have deeper water, and we have much more fetch than anybody else. One size does not fit all, particularly in a state with the geographic diversity we have. I mean, in a short drive, you can be from the ocean to the mountains, right? And those of you that have ever come down to Point Lookout, you can easily see the difference. I remember when they were training me to be a boat captain and run a boat at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, right? We all think how rough the water can get there. Well, they said, well, we're not going to go out on that. Don't go out on the boat, you know, until it's right, when we get the wind really high, and then it's rough and we can teach you. And I got to tell you, those of us from down in the St. Mary's County, we took the boat, we went out there, we went all the way to Baltimore and ate lunch. And we came home, and they were like, what are you doing? It's so rough. I said, have you ever been to the Potomac River on a tide change? Right? This is not rough, right? And that is a fact, because the Potomac River on a tide change is like the ocean. And that's what our landowners down there are facing. The second point I wanted to point out is the MDE talks about the role of the Soil Conservation District. And they say they may not have the technical expertise to competently review projects and make informed waiver decisions for living shorelines. If you look in the bill, you will see that there are provisions for when one of these soil conservation districts provides design services to a shoreline project. They know enough already to design them. So clearly, they know enough to regulate them. Second point there, this legislation may also result in failure to meet MDE published turnaround times. Those times, as it stands, aren't designed to meet the needs we have in St. Mary's and Calvert County, and are resulting in more shoreline erosion due to regulatory delays. We are not talking about months, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about these landowners are waiting for years, right? And they're watching their land wash away. Third point, mapping issues. If MDE would like to propose an amendment to address this cost, I would be happy to consider it. The map is generally worthless, right, in my district, because it does not give a straight answer as to what kind of shoreline stabilization is required. So if they have an issue about we would like to redo it, absolutely we would like to redo it. Definitional issues. We pass laws in this body all the time that cause definitions to be changed that are found in COMAR. That is not a legitimate reason of not to pass a bill. The wording of this bill has been very intentionally crafted in consultation with the soil conservation districts and the experts who regulate shoreline projects under this bill. And then MDE's response to living shoreline concerns. They cite, and you will hear people talk about stakeholder meetings, have been woefully insufficient at addressing the concerns of my constituents. I have talked to people who have participated in these meetings. That means Maryland Department of the Environment, DNR, Critical Area Commission, Chesapeake Bay Trust, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and they consist of a lot of talking about ideas to help resolve the problem and even some areas of consensus, but there's no action from MDE. I would be happy to share in more details with you offline about just how this talking is not helping. We need action, and it's not working. The longer we wait, with every storm, heck, with every tide, my district continues to get smaller. This bill has the support of the entire Calvert County and St. Mary's County delegations. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 368. I thank you for your consideration of this important issue for the residents of Calvert and St. Mary's County and the health of our Chesapeake Bay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bailey. We'll go to our witness. Again, you're going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the EEE Committee. My name is Ryan St. Laurent, and I'm here today representing Calvert Soil Conservation District in favorable testimony on Senate Bill 368. This bill improves Maryland's shoreline stabilization framework by clarifying the definition of a living shoreline for regulatory purposes. Under current regulations, a living shoreline is defined as a subset of non-structural shoreline stabilization measures. In practice, that definition is too narrow and effectively requires all living shorelines to function as intertidal marsh exclusively, not oyster reef, not SICV beds. A living shoreline can include structural elements when they are used to support natural processes, particularly in medium and high energy sites, where marsh-only approaches are not stable nor cost-effective. For example, oyster reefs and beaches are both structural features and living systems. By expanding this definition, Senate Bill 368 increases the number of sites where living shorelines are feasible, allowing for more cost-effective projects in medium and high-energy environments while still delivering ecological benefits. The bill allows innovative, environmentally beneficial shoreline protection projects that better reflect real shoreline conditions and maintain the land-water interface, while still prioritizing natural shoreline functions. This bill also proposes shifting waiver authority for living shoreline feasibility from the state level to the local soil conservation districts in Calvert and St. Mary's. Under current law, state-level waivers can add time and cost to the projects, and in some cases make shoreline protection infeasible for property owners. Senate Bill 368 clarifies the waiver requirements and places these technical determinations with local experts who are most familiar with our shoreline conditions, while retaining a strong preference for living shorelines and requiring feasibility demonstrations tailored to the specific local conditions. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 368. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator, for the for your bill. Question, the Department of Natural Resources submitted a letter that they have some concerns, and one of the ones that struck me was they were talking about a conflict with the time of year waiver, and that with aquatic, I should say, vegetation and waterfowl concentration. And they say the bill allows SED to waive or alter time of year restrictions that's intended to protect, the natural resources when they are most vulnerable. Could you address that?
Sure. We're willing to partner with DNR to figure out the specific details of these regulations, but again, tailoring them to our local conditions. For example, there's no time of year restriction on when we can build living shorelines for horseshoe crabs. But we have beaches in Calvert County that's a little bit rare on the Chesapeake Bay, and horseshoe crabs love these beaches. So as a district, we would implement time of year restrictions to where when they're mating on the beaches, we won't be installing living shorelines. So it's not to negate time of year restrictions other than ones that don't make sense. For example, short-nosed sturgeon. That's everywhere that there's less than 6 parts per thousand in a tributary or a triplet like the Patuxent River. But there's never been a sighting of short-nosed sturgeon in the Patuxent River. So we would kind of eliminate that as a time of year restriction because there's no short-nosed sturgeon, so it just doesn't apply. And because we're local, we know that. And we'll consult with the watermen. Have you guys seen short-nosed sturgeon? If they start popping up, we're happy to re-implement that time of year restriction. Again, our goal is not to kind of release the wolves, so to speak, for shoreline protection, but rather tailor these into our specific needs and our local needs.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we have one unfavorable witness. Mr. Stegman, why don't you come up here? Signed up unfavorable. And again, you'll be on the up to 2-minute clock. And you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Matt Stegman on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We're here to oppose SB 368. We believe that it would seriously undermine Maryland's successful landmark Living Shoreline Protection Act by choosing to exempt Calvert and St. Mary's County from the current program and moving the waiver authority from MDE to the soil conservation districts. In 2008, the General Assembly made what I think is a very wise decision to require primary consideration for living shorelines as a mean of erosion control. It's because living shorelines have numerous proven ecological benefits. However, living shorelines are not appropriate everywhere, and CBF has not and would never advocate that they be installed in places they are likely to fail. And that's why we have a state waiver process. CBF has been before this committee several times over the course of this term to add, to put forward legislation to add clarity to the living shoreline waiver process and to identify additional financial resources for waterfront property owners who opt to pursue a living shoreline. You know, I think I would agree with a lot of what Senator Bailey said about the stakeholder group that had been convened by the department. That group was not terribly effective at finding solutions, and that is why this past fall, over the 2025 interim, we at CBF, we took it upon ourselves to exercise some leadership, and in partnership with the Chesapeake Bay Trust, we convened a smaller group of environmental advocates and the contractors that are actually doing this work on the ground, pretty broad swath of contractors, both those who love living shorelines and make their money that way, and those who don't particularly care for them. We spent a lot of hours discussing issues with the permitting process, trying to find some common ground. I think we made progress. I think some of the things that we started to talk about are reflected in this bill in the some of the definitional pieces. So we think that moves in the right direction, but moving the authority from MDE to the soil conservation districts is a problem.
Okay, we're going to take questions from Mr. Stegman. Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 368, and we're going to go next to Senator Simon Eyre, Senate Bill 257. And there's one witness signed up on your panel, William Miles. Is Mr. Miles here? Okay. Mr. Miles, if you could take a seat next to Senator Simon Eyre on Senate Bill 257. Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Senate Bill 257, Senator Brian Simon Eyre presenting. Out of respect for the committee, if you could look at the testimony, there's a lot of favorable, no opposition. As you'll recall, recently we had a briefing from DNR about the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentives and Fellowship Fund, which I will refer to as the Woodland Fund going forward. They can receive up to $250,000 a year from ag tax transfers. And we heard last week or the week before that it's a complicated process. So what this bill does is it simply provides more transparency for our committee and also the House committee as well that has oversight by simply modifying an existing report. We're not asking for a new report, just modify an existing one. So what this bill does, it specifies the funding amount distributed to the Woodland Fund, and if there are any uncertainties about the amount being reported, it just specifies what the uncertainties are and the action needed to resolve it. That's the bill. And why do we need this? Over the years, hundreds of thousands of dollars have not been transferred properly as mandated by law, and that's just looking back the last couple of years. To DNR's credit, they have been diligently working to rectify this as they deal with several entities. And so what this does is it provides more information to our oversight committee. I believe in preventative action opposed to reactive measures such as we're going through right now. I worked with DNR on many bills this year, this one included, and they have a letter of information. Not that I've seen many departments want more reporting, but they've been very helpful in this. And so and in conclusion, why DNR is important for them to do this, DNR brings all these entities together. And someone needs to take the responsibility to say that these numbers are correct, as we haven't had that for years. DNR is the recipient of this money, DNR uses this money, and DNR reports on this money. So they are the appropriate bill for this. We don't anticipate this being a lot of effort. They could go simply to SSTAT to say, I want you to ensure that your part is correct. Comptroller says the money transferred is correct, and then they'll report back to us. Right now, we don't have any insight to that information, and this report will do it. So with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
Okay, let's take testimony from Mr. Miles, and then we'll take questions. Sir?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Bill Miles on behalf of the Association of Forest Industries in support of Senator Simon Eyre's bill, which we're grateful he introduced. We have attached to your file our written testimony as well. The long and the short of this is back in 1986, in an effort to try to curb the loss of forest land in this state, a task force created by statute recommended that up to $200,000 of an existing ag transfer tax, which is imposed when you convert forest land to non-forest land and farmland to non-farmland. And that tax is basically to capture the benefit that was given to you because you have a lower property tax assessment when you have active farmland and active forest land. So it's basically a tax on development. Well, that transfer tax brings in a lot of money. I mean, it varies from year to year. But since 1986, when that up to $200,000 of the ag transfer tax applied for the conversion of forest land to development, that $200,000 cap has only been reached maybe a handful of times, 4 or 5 times. And so the forest community is asked what is going on, because there's the comptroller involved, assessments and taxation involved, the county's involved, and DNR. And we actually went to the state auditor, and the state auditor came out in April, as you all learned recently, and they said there's something amiss here. And oh, by the way, for a 4-year period, fiscal years 20, 21, 22, and 23, that the Woodland Incentives Fund that the senator referenced was shortchanged by over $430,000, and that efforts should be made to not only recoup that money, but to straighten out this complexity, so what's been experienced since 1986 doesn't continue in the future, and this fund can receive what the law says it should, which is up to $200,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miles. Questions for Senator Simon Ayer or Mr. Miles? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 257. We next go to Senator Brooks, Senate Bill, hold on a second. Senate Bill 266. And why don't you come on up? I'm going to call up some sponsor panelists that you've designated as your sponsor panel. I've got Kirsten Hoffman, Jill Fonda Allen, Judith Fulton, and Dorothy Broadman. Those are the 4 witnesses you've designated as your sponsor panel, Senator Brooks, on Senate Bill 266.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 266. That's a local government regulatory powers regulation on the Tree of Heaven before it was amended. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. This bill, as amended, would allow counties and municipalities to, 1, ban the sale of and planting of invasive plants, 2, maintain and monitor or limit the proliferation of invasive growing on their property, and 3, establish a civil fine to enforce invasive tree ordinances, and 4, establish a bounty or a native tree replacement program for invasive trees. In 2024, the General Assembly enacted legislation establishing the official prohibitive invasive plant list. The list, this listed trees that are harmful to human health and Maryland's ecological landscape, environment, and economy. SB 266 builds on the General Assembly's previous work regarding invasive plants by providing local government with the authority to enforce invasive tree regulations and removals. Invasive trees can harm Maryland's ecological system by crowding out native plants, reducing biodiversity, and disrupting ecosystems. The Tree of Heaven illustrates the harm invasive trees can inflict on Maryland. This species spreads quickly and secretes toxic chemicals into the soil that kills surrounding vegetation. It also serves as the preferred habitat of the spotted lanternfly, another invasive species that harm Maryland's agricultural industry. The General Assembly must act to allow local governments to ban invasive trees, protecting our state's ecosystem, agricultural industry, and economy. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report. And now we can start with our panelists.
Okay, thank you, Sarah Brooks. We'll go to the sponsor panel. And why don't you start first and tell us who you are?
Judy Fulton from the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable members of the committee. We support SB 266 with sponsor amendments since it is an enabling bill that helps counties and municipalities battle invasive plants. The definition of invasive species includes two parts. They are non-natives and, most important, they cause harm to the environment, the economy, or health. Invasive plants suppress, overwhelm, and even kill beneficials. They grow rapidly and multiply by the hundreds of thousands. Unlike natives, they aren't controlled by insect steer and disease. Invasives compete by shading, releasing chemicals, and monopolizing resources like water. Invasives are creating an ecological disaster. For example, tree of heaven has spread aggressively. One tree can produce over 300,000 seeds a year. As Senator Brooks said, this is the host plant for the invasive spotted lanternfly, which can decimate vineyards. The invasive plants we grow on our properties are the biggest contributor to the problem. Scientific studies have determined that 60% of invasives were originally ornamentals that escaped into natural areas. Plus, many infestations of invasives occur within 13 miles of the nurseries that sell them, according to a study of 672 U.S. nurseries. Invasive plants can cause big headaches for neighbors. The risk is that the plants will spread and at a minimum destroy landscaping. Also, tree of heaven and other invasives can damage hardscaping like patios and even compromise underground utilities and house foundations. Repairs can then total thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Individual property owners can make a huge difference, especially when neighbors work together. Any ordinances resulting from this bill can help educate people about what invasive plants are and the problems they cause and provide incentives for property owners to replace invasives with natives. The Maryland Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 266 with sponsor amendments.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the row.
Kirsten Hoffman for the Maryland Native Plant Society. Chair Feldman and honorable members of the committee. The Maryland Native Plant Society supports SB 266 with sponsor amendments, which enables counties and municipalities to manage the spread and damaging impacts of invasive trees like tree of heaven and invasive trees regulated by the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Our state is making progress in addressing the harms caused by invasive plants by adding 13 invasive species to the state's prohibited invasive plant list in January. While current state law prohibits the sale of any invasive plant on the prohibited list after phase-out, there is no law that addresses the management and control of these same invasives that are currently in our environment. That is what this law enables counties and municipalities to do. Senator Brooke talked about the tree of heaven. I'd like to highlight another invasive tree, the Callery or Bradford pear. Callery pear, recently added to Maryland's prohibited list, was widely planted in residential areas and is now spread extensively to natural areas. Its early white spring blooms can be seen up and down Maryland's roads and highways. The tree spreads aggressively, and its quick growth often leads to catastrophic breakage, endangering people and structures. Though these trees will be phased out of the nursery trade over the next 2 years, how do we deal with the trees in the landscape that continue to multiply? This bill enables the use of bounty or native replacement programs, which have been used by many states around the country to incentivize property owners to remove Callery pear and other invasives. Often a native tree is offered in exchange for the invasive, providing benefits for generations to come. Many invasives are hard to identify and even harder to manage. This bill refers property owners to the University of Maryland Extension for accurate, in-depth information on how to eradicate these invasives. The proper identification and removal of invasive trees provides the opportunity to add native trees to our ecosystems that we need to survive and thrive in a changing climate. The Maryland Native Plant Society urges a favorable with amendments report on SB 266.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jill Fonda from Montgomery County. I'm a Montgomery Parks weed warrior, a Wild Ones member, and a retired certified genetic counselor. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable members of the committee, I'm here in favorable support of SB 266 with sponsor amendments. After 40 years of practice in genetics, I understand how our native trees, birds, and insects have co-evolved to form a complex web of interdependent relationships. When we plant a non-native plant, the systems of relationships is disrupted. Native plants are threatened. Our birds, insects are deprived of the food, shelter, and nesting sites that they require to thrive. When I retired, I began removing invasive plants from my own property. During that first year, I removed 9 large truckloads of non-invasive plants. I didn't stop there. I live near the Rachel Carson Conservation Park, one of Maryland's most valuable and biologically diverse county parks. I became a certified weed warrior so that I could help remove invasive plants from this beautiful park. Montgomery Park's weed warriors are trained to identify invasive trees, how to safely remove them, and the importance of protecting native plants in our parks. I've been working in the park every week for almost 2 years. I've seen the pervasive presence of invasive trees and other plants that were introduced into the park from nearby gardens and landscapes. It's frustrating to work so hard as a volunteer and continue to see invasive plants being planted nearby. I feel overwhelmed at the enormity of the problem and don't want to leave this behind for the next generation. We need help. Senator Brooks, thank you for introducing this bill. SB 266 enables counties to enact an ordinances to regulate the sale, planting, and uncontrolled spread of invasive plants. This is help that we need.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll take questions for Senator Brooks or his sponsor panel. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. We do have 2 additional witnesses. Tyler Bryce from Maryland Municipal League. Is Ms. Bryce here? And then we have 1 virtual witness. She's not in the queue. Okay, Tyler, why don't you come up? You're signed favorable, and again, you'll be the final witness on this piece. Okay, we do have one final. We have a virtual witness as well.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Tyler Bryce. I'm from the Maryland Municipal League. First, we'd like to thank Senator Brooks for this bill, for considering local governments just in general. They already went through everything about the tree of heaven. We know it's an invasive species. We know we see those spotted lantern flies and don't want to, right? So we just wanted to thank you and express our support in person for this bill.
Nice. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, virtually we've got Marissa Valeri from the city of Rockville. Is she? Okay, Ms. Valeri, you're up. It's up to 2 minutes. You're signed up straight favorable, and you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, and distinguished committee members. I am Rockville City Council member Marissa Valeri, and I thank you for this opportunity to share the city's comments on SB 266. We are so grateful to Senator Brooks for sponsoring this important legislation. The Rockville Mayor and Council unanimously support SB 266 with sponsor amendments. It is desperately needed to mitigate the rapid spread of tree of heaven, bamboo, and other invasive species, which have caused significant damage in Rockville and throughout Maryland. It is invading our mature forests, crowding out native plants, damaging infrastructure, and providing stepping stones for the spotted lanternfly, among others. We really need this to provide us the tools to create and pass ordinances to mitigate the prevalence of these plants. This year, during the rise of the spotted lanternfly, there was a stark difference in infestation depending on the age of your housing development. I can attest to this myself. The flies were rampant in retail locations in the King Farm community, whereas in my own neighborhood of Twin Brook, an older development next to the northern end of Rock Creek Park, we did see a few, but not to the level seen in King Farm. Unfortunately, we do see a lot of bamboo because it was used as a fence alternative in the 1950s. It is continuing to create a challenge for our poor native plants. We value our tree canopy. I've heard from residents in Rockville who want to remove tree haven and other invasives and find a way to encourage their neighbors to do so. Education is important, but enforcement mechanisms would give us the tool we need to truly protect our ecosystems. The City of Rockville urges the committee to provide SB 266 with sponsor amendments a favorable report. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you. I think the proud Senator Rockville, Vice Chair Kagan, will be sorely missed. She didn't get to hear you. Okay, well, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes that piece of legislation on Senate Bill 266. We're going to next, Senator Brooks, you're on such a roll. Why don't we go to Senate Bill 264? And I'm going to call up your sponsor panel on Senate Bill 264. Tom Leach, Rory Murray, Hung Chung, Jason Stepp, and Darren Klein are in-person sponsor panelists, so I'm going to call them up. We also have some additional witnesses virtually, but we'll take them up next. So that is the extent of the sponsor panel on Senate Bill 264. So, Senator Brooks, you may proceed.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair Feldman and members of my committee, thanks you for the opportunity to introduce Senate Bill 264, that's drinking water regulations, control, and prevention of waterborne diseases. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District of Baltimore County. SB 264 is a targeted, science-driven bill that uses nationally recognized standards to address one of the most serious, underrated public health threats we currently face, and that's Legionnaire's disease. Legionnaire's disease is now widely recognized as the deadliest waterborne disease in the United States, with five-fold increase in cases over the past decade. The CDC statewide surveillance data shows that Maryland is unfortunately part of this trend. Reported cases of legionellosis increased from 142 in 2016 to 361 in 2019. That's a 254% increase, with more than 2,000 cases reported since 2015. Data shows that Legionnaire's disease mortality rate is approximately 10% in the general population and 20 to 30% among immunocompromised individuals. The vast majority of survivors end up in the ICU or may experience significant long-term symptoms. Since 2015, cases have been reported across every jurisdiction, with some counties, particularly along the I-95 corridor and the Eastern Shore, experiencing the highest rates in the state. SB 264 responds to this reality by focusing on the parts of water systems that can control how we treat, manage drinking water from the plant through the distribution system and into high-rise apartments. To solve this issue, the bill establishes minimum level of disinfection throughout the system, requiring routine monitoring and mandates notifications and record keeping when the distribution system is disrupted. These are regularly sound extensions of practice already familiar to water suppliers. According to the publicly available data submitted by utilities in their water quality reports, the increased disinfectant requirements for the vast majority of them should be minimal, if any. However, the system will have to be managed to ensure that it reaches the farthest end of the system. Building owners and operators have a responsibility as well. SB 264 expects them to do their part by implementing the nationally recognized census-based industry standards for Legionella risk management. I'm well aware that the state budget is stretched. However, the cost of doing nothing is expensive as well. An estimated $35,000 in hospitalization costs per patient. The data shows that Maryland spends at least a few $1,000,000 per year in direct medical spending for Medicare and Medicaid recipients, before counting lost work, disability, or permanent deaths. This is in addition to the almost $650,000 since 2015 in funds the Board of Public Works has approved specifically on Legionella response measures following outbreak or positive tests. This number doesn't include any of the most recent cases, the cost of closing building and missing work, etc. In summary, SB 264 is a measured, technically grounded response to a lethal but controllable hazard. It does not ask Maryland to invent new science. It simply expects each actor in the chain, utilities, regulators, and building owners, to do their part in coordinating using national standards already known to work. This is the 50th anniversary of the Legionnaire's disease, and it is time to do something about it. We are continuing to work with amendments to make stakeholders more comfortable while meeting the purpose of this bill. For that reason, I respectfully urge the committee to give me a favorable report. Thanks. And now I'll go to my panelists.
Okay, let's go. Who wants to start off? Anybody particular order? Go. Okay.
I'll go. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 264. My name is Dr. Hung Chung. I am a scientist and board-certified physician. I am on faculty at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and a professor at University of Pennsylvania Perelman School of Medicine. I was also the former state medical director through part of Glendenning and Governor Ehrlich's administration, where I led outbreak investigations for Legionella. I am a Maryland resident, and I'm a business owner in Maryland. I serve on the board of Alliance to Prevent Legionnaire's Disease, and I am very pleased to testify before the committee with strong support for Senate Bill 264. I have seen firsthand outbreaks are fairly common both nationally and in our state. The GSA testing in Baltimore last year demonstrated that Legionella, the bacteria, is readily found in plumbing and other water systems. This makes the need for Maryland to act more urgently imperative to protect our residents, our workers, and our business owners. Efforts to date have proven ineffective in Legionella cases as they continue to rise. And in fact, over the last few decades, Legionnaire's cases have increased nearly fivefold, and as you heard previously, with about 10 to 30% death rate. Given the fact that Legionella exists in the water system and public distribution system, it is imperative to properly manage, treat, monitor the system to kill and starve the pathogens to prevent infection coming into our homes and buildings. The bill has great public health provisions. It has monitoring, controls, prevention, investigation, and public education. We are very supportive of this bill and applaud Maryland for taking the leadership role in pursuing legislation to reduce cases and deaths associated with this bacteria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, would you go next?
Chair, Vice Chair, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 264. Also like to thank Senator Ben Brooks for sponsoring this Waterborne Disease Prevention Act, which will save many lives in Maryland. My name is Darren Klein, a board member of the Alliance to Prevent Legionnaire's Disease. It's Director of Technology and Science and a Maryland resident. Unfortunately, a significant portion of Marylanders' population is at risk for Legionella infection, including smokers, the elderly, those with asthma, COPD, or suppressed immune systems. In 2022, 10% of Maryland adults were smokers, a major risk factor for Legionnaire's disease. Also, roughly 30% of Marylanders are over the age of 55, a population with significantly higher hospitalization and fatality rates. These comorbidities result in Legionella posing ongoing risk to Maryland residents. Surprisingly, a vast majority of Legionnaire's disease cases are sporadic and occur in the home. Senate Bill 264 addresses these cases for the most vulnerable population in their homes by requiring a minimum level of water disinfectant that will reduce Legionella in their water supply, and includes notifications of upset conditions which can release Legionella into the distribution system. Quite often we hear from water utilities that it's a building issue, redirecting the Legionella problem to building owners and operators who try to address Legionella with a water management plan. But what about the individual in their home? They cannot afford a water management plan to help them. They rely on pathogen-free water coming into their home from the public water supply. The bill also provides more investigative power for these individual cases so we know where they were infected and a proper remediation plan can be implemented. The Alliance supports Senate Bill 264 and its comprehensive requirements that address the root cause of Legionnaire's disease cases. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here on behalf of Enterprise Community Partners to express our support for Maryland Senate Bill 264. My name is Jason Stepp. I'm the Assistant Director of Engineering for Enterprise Residential, part of the Property Management Division for Enterprise Community Development. As the affordable housing developer and owner arm of Enterprise Community Partners, we own and operate 81 properties in Maryland, providing housing for 14,000 residents. Enterprise Community Partners is a national nonprofit that supports community development and advances housing policy at every level. Maryland is special to us. It's where we were founded. Since 1982, Enterprise has provided $3.8 billion in debt, equity, and grants in Maryland alone. Based on Enterprise's extensive mitigation work and data collection in response to a Legionella outbreak at one of our properties in 2009, we have seen the direct correlation between increased chlorine residual and diminished Legionella testing positivity rates. I'm happy to speak about this in greater detail. Since the outbreak, we've worked with a water management consultant to implement a robust water management plan designed to keep our residents safe. It is compliant with ASHRAE 188, which establishes minimum risk management requirements for preventing the growth and spread of Legionella bacteria in building water systems. It has protocols and redundancies, which I'm happy to further discuss. We strongly believe that this bill will help Maryland's residents by proactively addressing Legionella bacteria rather than reactively. On behalf of everyone at Enterprise, thank you for the opportunity to present our views. I'm pleased that the work that we've done to keep our residents safe may benefit others in Maryland. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me or our Enterprise Residential team. Thank you.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, thank you for hearing this important bill. For the record, my name is Tom Leach. I'm the Director of Outreach for the Alliance to Prevent Legionnaire's Disease. I will highlight just a few key points from our more complete package that was submitted. You're going to hear from some of the opponents of this bill about the potential for the chlorine residuals to create adverse health impacts and high levels of disinfectant byproducts. We've heard these claims before, and while we appreciate their perspective, we don't believe that they are realistic. We've reviewed water quality reports from the country's largest private water utility, which also operates a number of systems here in Maryland. And that very same company is successfully meeting identical chlorine residual requirements as found in this bill in other states. At the same time, there's been no systematic taste or odor complaints, health concerns, or issues related to chlorine levels or DBPs, disinfectant byproducts, in those jurisdictions. And Illinois represents a really great example. In 2019, Illinois established a 0.5 parts per million chlorine residual requirement. And a review of the water quality reports there demonstrate that there was no meaningful increase in DBPs across the systems that the company operates. In fact, looking at that data, DBPs actually went down slightly across their systems after that 0.5 parts per million residual was established. There's also been no meaningful increase in DBPs in other jurisdictions that have raised chlorine residual requirements. And as it relates to this legislation, we're not seeing a significant increase in Legionnaires cases in Illinois and in those states as we've seen in other states in this country. The data demonstrate that the disinfectant residuals in this legislation do not create water quality issues if done properly. And in fact, the data proves that it can be done successfully. It is being done safely, it is being done effectively, and the private utilities remain profitable. We urge you and your Senate colleagues to support this important bill and the public health protections it creates, and we're glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Ms. Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chair Rory Murray here with the Alliance to Prevent Legionnaires' Disease. Apologize, it's been a long day so far. I just want to bring up one thing, especially from the fiscal note, because this is kind of what underpins a lot of the arguments we see from the various utilities or building owners, operators. So it says the state statute is silent on Legionnaire's disease and Legionella, and the EPA, while not directly regulating Legionnaire's disease, believes that if Giardia and viruses are removed or inactivated under the surface water treatment rule, Legionella will also be controlled. Well, the data shows, one, it's an untested assumption. It says it itself. They don't regulate it and they don't test for it. But the data shows it's also incorrect. With Giardia, you have about a 1 in 1,000 chance of dying. With Legionella, you have a minimum of a 1 in 10 chance if you're healthy. So over the last decade in Maryland, we've had about 2,000 Legionella cases that have been reported, noting that only between 5 and 30% are reported, and about 2,000 Giardia cases. Well, if you look at stats, that means you got about 2 Giardia deaths statistically over the last decade and 200 for Legionella at a minimum. It's unacceptable. We shouldn't be resting on our laurels if the data shows us otherwise. As Darren already said, put the buildings to the side for a minute. We've also got millions of homeowners who have their only chance is hoping that the water that they get coming into their home is disinfected. If they don't have that, we can't expect them to have a water management plan in place in their house. And the last piece, I'll just say for the opposition testimony, you'll notice that and I say this with grace, they've all been great to work with, but the building owners and operators are basically saying, thank you for doing something about the water utilities, but it's too much for us. And the water utilities are saying, thank you for doing something about the building owners, operators, but it's too much for us. But that's the problem in a nutshell. It's everybody's responsibility. That's what this bill does.
Okay, thank you to the whole panel. Did I catch everybody? Everybody's had their... Yep. Okay, we'll take questions at this time for either Senator Brooks or his 5 sponsor panelists. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. We do have some additional witnesses. We're going to just stay with the straight favorables, and then we have, after that, favorable with amendment testimony. But is Mr. McQuaid here? Straight favorable? Bill McQuaid? Okay, and then we've got 2 virtual witnesses as well. Are they both here? Okay. Okay, we're going to go then. I don't see here. Mr. McQuaid's not here. Let's go to. I'm sorry. Okay, and then we're just on favorables, Mr. N. Okay, Emily Picari, virtual. Okay, she's straight favorable as well. Ms. Picari. There you are. Okay, you're signed up again, straight favorable on this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 264, and you have up to 2 minutes, so you can start.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Emily Picari, and I'm here on behalf of ASHRAE as the Staff Manager of State and Local Government Affairs. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 264 and request a minor technical change to the bill. ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, a technical and professional society that advances heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration, and allied fields. Our more than 54,000 members include over 1,000 members in Maryland. While Legionnaire's disease has been known for decades, recent outbreaks have underscored the importance of consistent water management practices in water distribution systems and facilities of all sizes and types. This legislation will help to prevent future outbreaks, such as the summer 2025 outbreak in Harlem, New York City, in which over 100 people were infected and 7 people died. Managing building water systems to minimize the risk of contamination from Legionella bacteria is an essential part of this bill's comprehensive approach. One of ASHRAE's industry-leading standards is directly focused on preventing Legionnaire's disease in buildings and is referenced in this bill, Standard 188. Again, ASHRAE supports the passage of SB 264 and urges the committee to vote in favor. We also request a minor technical change to reference the latest edition of our Standard 188, which is the 2021 edition, not 2018, as named in the bill. SB 264 will help protect public health and reduce the risk of Legionnaire's disease, which is an important part of ASHRAE's vision of creating a healthy and sustainable built environment for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness, Ms. Bakari? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to next move to a favorable with amendment panel. Matthew Corson, is Mr. Corson here? Okay, Tyler Bryce from MML, Hugo Cantu, Matthew Pipkin, and then we have one virtual witness in this category. After this, we'll move to the unfavorables. So, Mr. Corson, why don't you lead off, and each of you will be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Corson, and I'm with American Water. American Water provides drinking water and wastewater service to an estimated 14 million people in 14 states, including here in Maryland, where we served homes and businesses with clean, reliable water since the early 1930s. American Water appreciates the focus on the control and prevention of waterborne disease in drinking water, and as such, we support this bill with amendments. American Water recommends a revised bill that does not specify the disinfectant residual limits, but instead tasks the Maryland Department of the Environment with determining the appropriate levels. This would allow the department to review existing science, consult with experts, and consider the risk-risk trade-off between increasing disinfectant residuals and the resulting increases in disinfection byproduct formation. Further, required actions and customer messaging related to Legionella testing must be based on sound science and commensurate with the risk, with any sampling focused on Legionella pneumophila, the most common cause of Legionnaire's disease, not just Legionella in general. MDE and the Maryland Department of Health should be tasked with determining the best approach for any required Legionella sampling and the associated risk communication. Water systems have multiple priorities to address, including lead service line replacement and installing treatment to meet new drinking water limits for PFAS, with limited resources to complete the necessary work. Customer affordability remains a priority and key concern, so the new requirements that come from this legislation must be based on sound science and incorporate best practices. Thank you for the time.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Pipkin here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We represent over 214,000 rental housing homes across the state of Maryland. You have my written testimony. We're favorable with amendments to SB 264. First, want to commend the proponents of the legislation. We've had a lot of dialogue and conversations, both in the interim and in recent days. We certainly see a lot of benefits with this bill, holding the water suppliers to a higher standard. Our concerns really rely, it's page 12, line 24, section 9434 of the bill. It talks about covered buildings, and covered buildings are now going to have to be required to have these water management plans and do the monitoring. The issue with that is that I've taken this standard because it basically says, well, for a covered building that is similar to what is mentioned in ASHRAE's standard 188, I've taken that to my subject matter experts, and they can't tell me definitively what building is or is not going to be captured by this. So, the last thing we would want is, for apartment communities to maybe run afoul. And on top of that, if it is taken in the broader context that this would apply to the majority of apartment communities, we would certainly have concerns. I mean, we're now talking about possibly, consultants coming in to set up these programs in place. And again, though, we just don't even know the costs that may come with that or not. Therefore, to alleviate these concerns altogether, we respectfully request an amendment to just strike 9434 from the legislation I think this bill could move along without it, and we can always come back and put a monitoring bill in at a later date. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bryce.
Hello again. My name is Tyler Bryce. I'm with the Maryland Municipal League. So we have sent our amendments or our admin sent our amendments to the sponsors. But I'm just going to read through them really quickly as they've already went through. So our first amendment basically is asking for the allowance for temporary waivers and exemptions for our small systems, our smaller systems, in case of unavoidable operational challenges, and then ensuring that MDE provide technical and financial assistance for compliance. We know how important that is for our municipalities. The next thing is clarifying the definition of timely and actually putting it in there, what is timely for us, because that's relative, and we need that, for our systems, and we need that flexibility for notification methods besides just the notice and just saying timely. The next thing, and we have 5 in all, sorry. The next thing is ensuring that our municipal suppliers are promptly notified of investigations and have the opportunity to participate or submit the documentation. We also want clarification on that part, that is section 9-430C. That's clarifying the process, cost, and appeal rights for third-party investigations. The fourth one is specifying that we will not be held responsible for the compliance of the privately owned covered buildings. The question from our legislative committee was also 9-434 as well, and so we sent those as well and requesting the inclusion of that technical assistance in that section. The fifth one is requiring, so our committee requested an annual public report on the use of the penalty funds and allowing the eligible municipalities to apply for grant funding from that fund for compliance-related capital improvements. And so overall, we support the goal of Senate Bill 264 to better control and prevent the waterborne diseases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're from AOBA next, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hugo Cantu, representing the Apartment and Office Building Association. We represent approximately 167,000 apartment rental units between Montgomery and Prince George's County. And to echo my colleague at MMHA, we're asking for the same amendments. We are favorable, but we are asking for the bottom of page 12 and top of page 13 to be stricken from the bill. Again, we're favorable with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the panel? The FWA favorable with amendments panel. Okay, seeing none, thank you to all the witnesses. We're going to next go to, we have one virtual. They're not here. We've got 2 witnesses signed up unfavorable, Bob Etten and Tom Ballantyne. Mr. Etten, Mr. Ballantyne, you are in the unfavorable testimony category, and you will each have up to 2 minutes. Mr. Etten, do you want to start, or do you want Mr.
Sure,
Brown?
thank you. Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, and with all due respect to my good friend, the sponsor, we are opposed to the bill. I think just to keep it short, you have written testimony from the builders expressing concerns, but I would urge you to look at the fiscal note. Starting just perhaps, and it goes on, but if you look at the bottom of page 10 of the fiscal note, just for example, what the cost of this will be and how is this cost going to be passed on to people and companies like I represent. WSSC advises that its water system is unable to reliably meet the bill's 5/10 milligram liter free chlorine disinfectant. And it goes on to say that WSSC anticipates that it needs to replace filter media at the Potomac Water Filtration Plant. It estimates immediate cost of nearly $50 million in fiscal 2027, escalating to $136 million by 2031. And I guess the question we have is, who's going to pay for this? For us, water is obviously a really important part of what we do. When we build a home, it's got to be suitable, it's got to be acceptable, it's got to be maintainable. But the question is, if you want to take the steps that are outlined in this bill, who's going to pay for it? And obviously, we're concerned that people like us will be the ones to pay. If there's a less expensive way to address these issues, we would absolutely support it and would love to work with the sponsor to try to come up with something that has a reasonable price tag. Thank you.
Mr.
Good
Ballantyne.
afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne with NAOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here to request your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 264. Our members take their responsibility to protect health and safety very seriously, but we have concerns about the scope of this bill. Few states have adopted ASHRAE 188 mandates, and most that have are sector-specific, focusing on high-risk populations. This includes Illinois, mentioned by the sponsor panel, where ASHRAE 188 is applied to hospitals and nursing facilities. MDE doesn't typically regulate water quality in building plumbing, so this is a big step. Crosses that threshold, regulating the detection and management of Legionella bacteria in building water systems. MDE is also required by the bill to make recommendations on controlling other pathogens and whether to increase the chlorine levels specified in the bill. In testimony on a prior year bill, MDE estimated that implementation of ASHRAE 188 would result in water management plans being developed for hundreds of thousands of public and private buildings. Those plans require setting control limits, routine sampling, validation testing for Legionella, and documenting the verified results. This regime would have to be maintained in perpetuity. The testimony also noted that neither the department nor EPA have an approved laboratory method for analysis of Legionella, and there's limited testing capacity at in-state labs. This bill considers construction activities, pretty common things like placing of water meters and service lines, to be disruptions that require advanced written notice to all customers in the area and water quality monitoring during construction. These are serious steps to take. I think we'd be a lot more comfortable if the recommendations were coming from public health officials. So for those reasons, we're here to request your unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Enton or Mr. Ballantyne? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill.
Thank you.
264. We're going to next go to Senator Heddleman, who has arrived in the EEE hearing room for Senate Bill 306. Senator, why don't you come up? Sandra Curtinus is one witness that signed up, the only in straight favorable as well. Is she here?
She's not.
She's not. Okay, well then you are the lone witness on Senate Bill 306.
Thank you,
And you take the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Senate Bill 306 is addressing an issue that has arisen with our Community College Board of Trustees. And it arose because our local county council expanded this year. And the Board of Trustees of the Community College is based on the number of councilmanic districts. We have 2 from each district, and then at-large seats. And if we were to continue in that formula, we would have a very large 19-member Board of Trustees, which we all believe, and Dr. Curtinitis is the director of our CCBC, Community College of Baltimore County, and both she and the chair of the board, Dr. Richard Shepper, were in the Baltimore County Senate delegation yesterday supporting this bill, and you should have a letter in your possession that the delegation voted on and endorsed this bill. So what this bill does is it takes a look at that formula that I was saying, and it says that we're keeping the board at 11, 2 from the councilmanics, and then it reduces the board from 15 members to 11 members. It increases the at-large representation from 1 seat to 2 seats, and it updates the district-based representation based on the new 9 councilmanic seats with 1 trustee from each district. And it phases in that implementation so that the current members, nobody gets booted off. There is a smooth transition. So that is all included in the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions. There was no one in opposition to this.
here or yesterday at the Senate delegation, and we urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 306.
Okay, questions for Senator Heddleman? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 306.
Thank you.
And we will next move to Senator Washington has a couple of bills. Why don't we turn to Senator Mary Washington? Want to start, well, whichever one you want to start with. There's two. Okay, we're going to start with Senate Bill 420. And we have several witnesses signed up favorable. I know it's not a formal panel, but can I just bring some favorable witnesses up? Daria Willis here. Jabet Lozuponi. Tammy Bartlett. And then we do have a couple virtual witnesses, I think. Okay. Okay, let's start with you, Senator Washington, and take the time you need. Senate Bill 420.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity for me to present Senate Bill 420, Public Institutions of Higher Education, Pregnant and Parenting Students Plan and Reporting. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, colleagues, this issue of parenting students, recognizing that our college population isn't just individuals from 18 to 24 who are just doing 4 years of college and then going on to a career. It's been long recognized that we need to have a better understanding of the existing college individuals who go to college and also their needs. Some of what this bill requires is required under Title IX, but however, what this bill is doing is pressing forward and insisting that there be actual data collection to better understand this. So we have two goals. One, we really want better understanding about the supports that are needed for people who are pregnant and parenting in our public universities and colleges. And also, we would allow some flexibility with the institutions in order to collect that data. So this bill directs MHEC to collect consistent statewide data on the parental status of students. And it would suggest using existing demographic data collection processes, and also making sure that, and why we need that is that we've yet to provide a very clear and reliable picture of how many students balance coursework and caregiving responsibilities. The data will also help us as policymaker understand the needs and retention, et cetera. Now the plan does, and again, I will say that Title IX does recommend or suggest that institutions ought to do this. However, it's not explicitly stated, so we are explicitly saying that there should be a plan, that they should adopt the plan, and that they should publicly post the plan. The plan, again, is intended to be informational, and it should be student-focused with the idea that students can see and get the kind of support that they need. Now, we have some sponsor amendments because we believe that there could be some more clarifying in the scope. We would like to streamline the requirements. Oh, I just say this is a cross-file. So on the Senate side, we'd like to reinforce some collaboration between the Commission and other institutions, but also we really want to preserve the bill's central purpose, that there's clarity and consistency and accountability. We also recognize that we need to expand or look at what the definition of parenting really means, and so we want to be open to that as well. So I ask for your favorable report, but importantly, I want you to really hear the students, the learners here on this committee, and who are will be testifying virtually so that we can better understand the need for this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go to the virtual witnesses, let's take the in-person folks right here. You're on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're all signed up favorable. So why don't you start?
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, I'm Dr. Jabet Lozapone, and I'm here before you as a former teen parent who put herself through college while raising a child, and today as a Maryland higher education leader whose job is to ensure that student parents don't have to survive college the way that I did. When I became pregnant at 16, I lost my campus housing overnight. My life became a careful math problem. Work, childcare, class, repeat. I did not succeed because the system caught me. I succeeded because a few human beings did. But policy should never require heroics. SB 420 answers a painfully simple question. How do we support students we refuse to identify? Let me be crystal clear about the fiscal note. This bill does not create new programs. It does not require new funding. It does not add burden to institutions who are already stretched thin. What it does do is give every public college in Maryland the same basic tool, the ability to identify parenting students and connect them efficiently and early to resources that already exist and that they are already eligible for. Right now, every institution is in the same boat. We're all trying to improve retention, completion, and workforce outcomes while essentially rowing blind. SB 420 gives us the vision. And when we can see students, everything changes. At Montgomery College, when parenting students are identified, Naja returns to school after stopping out and earns straight A's. Gracie, Alicia, Marvin, and countless others persist because someone finally says you are not invisible and you don't have to do this alone. When parenting students are identified, they stay. When they stay, they complete. When they complete, families stabilize, children thrive, and Maryland economy grows. Passing SB 420 says something unmistakable about who we are as a state. It says we believe parenting students belong. It says we value efficiency over guesswork. It says success should not depend on luck. I urge you to pass SB 420 and make it clear that in Maryland, student success is never left to chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Chair Feldman, and to our wonderful Senator Katie Fry-Hester and everyone else on the committee. I am Dr. Willis, president of Howard Community College, and I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 420. The legislation is important for two reasons. First, it recognizes a fundamental truth. You cannot effectively serve a population you do not count. The bill's requirement that institutions collect and report data on parental status will finally give us a statewide picture of how many student parents we serve, what their caregiving responsibilities look like, and whether they are succeeding. Second, Senate Bill 420 extends critical protections to community college students. The existing statute only applies to four-year institutions, yet community colleges enroll the majority of student parents in our state. By requiring all public institutions of higher education to adopt plans that connect parenting students with government assistance programs, child care resources, healthcare referrals, and institutional accommodations, this bill ensures equity of support regardless of where a student enrolls. At Howard Community College, we know our parent scholars by name. But across Maryland, we lack the comprehensive data necessary to understand the full scope of the population's needs and outcomes. This bill will change that. We believe that becoming a parent should not mean abandoning your educational dreams. As a former student parent, I know firsthand the challenges of being and feeling unseen on a college campus. But with my students, I know how transformative it can be to have resources, spaces, and people who recognize you as a partner, not a liability or a distraction in the learning environment. Howard Community College is proud to already exceed the requirements outlined in this legislation. We view SB 420 not as a burden, but as an affirmation of the work we believe every institution should undertake. On behalf of HCC and the student parents we are privileged to serve, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 420. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. President.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, my name is Tammy Bartlett. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for Student Veterans of America.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 420. SVA supports this bill because it reflects the lived realities of students. Beyond the classroom, they are workers, parents, caregivers, and contributors to Maryland's economy. SB 420 helps institutions recognize that reality and plan accordingly. Maryland is home to more than 360,000 veterans with over 20,000 students currently using the GI Bill. Each year, thousands more enroll in Maryland institutions, bringing at least $677 million into local economies. These investments only reach their full return when students are supported through school. Parenting students, many of whom are student veterans, are a part of that equation. Nationally, more than half of student veterans are parents. More are over the age of 25, and nearly 75% work while enrolled. When institutions are designed around traditional students, parenting student veterans face invisible barriers that slow completion and entry into the workforce. In SVA's Maryland focus group, student veterans shared they often felt unseen until they were already in crisis, including leaving exams due to lack of childcare or missing coursework because of transportation. These experiences reveal structural fracture points that affect pregnant and parenting students. SB 420 helps institutions move forward by reacting to the crises and anticipate these needs. By providing data and planning, campuses can coordinate advising, benefit navigation, flexible scheduling, child care referrals, and emergency support. SVA stands ready to support Maryland in implementing this evidence-based strategy that strengthens student veterans and workforce outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this particular panel of witnesses or the sponsor, Senator Washington, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. Thank you, Senator Washington. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm a little confused. Refresh my memory. I feel like we did a bill, and I can't remember if we heard it or passed it last year, year before, about pregnant and breastfeeding parents. Can you remind me, how does this bill work with this one, the other one? The Archdiocese referred to last year's SB 420. Is that actually a typo? Is that real? It was SB 420? And then I have one more follow-up question.
Okay, I'll start. Senator, you know I have no problem coming back and back again until we get it right. So
that's what we all do.
Okay, so some of this, one, extending it to the community colleges, where, again, quantitatively, they should not have been excluded. I think it was just a negotiation that we said, okay, let's start here. And then also really looking at, really expanding and looking at the age, adding just, again, some of the details, some things that we know now and being actual in communication with people and drafting this bill. And so, yeah, that is the major differences. Oh, yeah. So we didn't pass any data collection. So we passed the bill, but there was nothing to allow us to look back and see how we did, if it was implemented. And so that's what this bill is adding, the data, what should be collected, how often it should be collected, and suggesting that this data is what really should be used to design whatever program is on the campus, or probably more correctly, for us also as a state or for MHEC to look at the issue more broadly. So we can do both local, institution level planning to the leaders, and then also as a state.
Thank you, Senator Washington, and thank you all of your witnesses were great. Nice to have a community college president and stuff here. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for sharing your journey. Just really appreciate you all. Senator Washington, the other question I had, and we can talk about it offline if you like. Your bill requires a report every year, and it has no end. And every September 1st and stuff, at some point, I worry that those would collect dust. I would think we want to collect the data and then do something with it. So we can talk about it offline, but it seems like it should have an end date, and then maybe you might, or someone else might want to come back with next steps. But again, let's not take the committee's time.
And why I did mention there's some things that we could tweak about it?
I think we ought to talk about a tweak if the bill is to move, perhaps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Washington. And I'm kind of focused on pregnant and parenting students and kind of focusing on the information data collection. And I want to phrase this in a way so it's taken as informational. But when we talk about pregnant students, they sometimes seek out, what their options may be, whether they are choosing to have a baby or not. And my question is, I think information is important. And with some of the safeguards that were in place before when it comes to abortion that are no longer in place, obviously now the Federal Drug Administration has pulled back on some safeguards that you don't have to have, be examined by a physician to get the abortion pill. We know the easy access to abortion pills online. Some of those safeguards are not there. My question is, and it's more, again, informational when you have pregnant students, that do you see some connection of, again, making sure that pregnant students have all the factual information? And some of my concern is that I've heard some young women in college who are pregnant who have, I think, a misunderstanding that if they just take an abortion pill, it's like taking aspirin and it's taken care of. And we know that there are, that it's more to it than that. And so when I see that there's this focus on, information and data, I'm a big believer in, this isn't a debate about whether a woman has a right to choose or not. That's in Maryland's Constitution. This is more about information that could be helpful on whatever decision the pregnant student decides to take. So I guess what I'm asking you is I actually believe that some of the safeguards that we had in place before are no longer there. And when we're talking about sharing information and data, maybe there is some way to make sure information covers those issues as well.
If you don't mind, I'll just take a quick. As you recall, I've sponsored a number of bills and have defended the position of supporting full range of reproductive options. And in other words, when you choose to parent, right? And so this bill is affirming a woman's right to, a person's right to choose. And the information that is being collected that's targeted here is to ensure that that choice does not negatively impact their ability to attend colleges or universities, right? And that they are aware that there are certain accommodations under Title IX, probably that whether it's rescheduling course time, any number of things that really support that decision to parent. And then it also affirms, which I think is also consistent with individuals who have this concern, is that the recognition that there's more than one person involved in parenting, and that parenting can be defined in a different way. So it opens the possibility of also allowing for the partner of the initial focus to also be a part of this. I think the question you raised has been, I do believe there's other bills that have addressed that. It's not the focus of this bill, but I take what you say sincerely, but it is really the focus to provide for people who are identifying that they choose to exercise their right to bring their child to term and to be a student, and that decision, that we can support them in that decision. Yeah.
Actually, I think we're good here. Any additional questions for the panel?
You want to recognize Senator Jackson?
He's here for the next
Next bill, yeah. Okay, let's, okay, I think, thank you for your testimony, I appreciate it. We're going to go, we've got one virtual witness of favorable. Ms. Amaya, is she here? Yes. Yaslin Amaya? Okay, you're going to have to unmute yourself if you can hear me. Okay, there we go. I think we got you. Okay, we got you. Okay, you're on, we're on Senate Bill 420, and you're signed up favorable, and you have up to 2 minutes, so you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Yoselin Amaya Hernandez, and I am here in strong support of Senate Bill 420 with support for the sponsor amendments. I am a current graduate student. I am a parent, and I have spent years working directly with student parents across the nation. Last year, Maryland took an important step forward by passing House Bill 0840, which requires public institutions to adopt plans to support pregnant and parenting students. And that law recognized something essential, and that student parents deserve support so that they can remain enrolled and succeed. But without the data, those supports cannot be implemented equitably or effectively. Student parents are already in our institutions. They are already navigating pregnancy, parenting, work, and school at the same time. What is missing is not effort on their part or our part. What is missing is data. Without data, institutions are guessing who students' parents are and whether the supports required under HB 0840 are actually reaching them. Without data, the state cannot evaluate whether existing policies are working as intended, and without data, student parents remain invisible in systems that are supposed to support them. SB 0420 is what allows HB 0840 to function as intended. The bill does not create new mandates for services, expand benefits, or require new spending programs. It simply ensures that Maryland can understand who student parents are and how existing systems are functioning. This is about implementation and accountability for the work the state has already committed to. Most importantly, student parents should not the support for students' parents should not depend on where they attend school. A student parent's ability to succeed should not be determined by whether they happen to enroll at one institution versus another. Data allows the state to see disparities across campuses and ensure the supports are accessible and effective regardless of where a student attends college in Maryland. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks to Senator Washington. I see no questions from the committee, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 420. I understand that John Barnshaw with College Promise is not in the room. So moving on, Senator Washington, you have Senate Bill 421, Sickle Cell Disease, Institutions of Higher Education. And I want to call up. Sorry. Oh, and this is a jointly heard bill. I want to recognize that Senator Carl Jackson is with us. So thank you, Senator Jackson. Obviously, if you have questions. Rudolph Williams and Tanika Hoffman.
Yes.
Is Mr. Williams here? In person?
Sorry.
Please.
Oh, he had to test. No, we're just,
Okay.
The bill is happening at the same time. So
Okay.
This is just who we have.
Well, Senator Washington, why don't you begin? And if Mr. Wilson shows up, we'd be happy to welcome him. You may begin your testimony.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Washington, again, asking for your favorable report on Senate Bill 421. The issue of sickle cell disease is something that I have a personal relationship with. I also, for many years, have supported the work of the Proud Foundation that really attempts to support and fund opportunities for people who are impacted by this disease. This bill has been before the committee before, but there was no Senate crossfile. So I really wanted to have an opportunity for us to really hear the impact or what passing a bill like this really means for our college students and students that are currently enrolled in our institutions. So it's really making sure that our students who have sickle cell disease can fully participate in campus life without being penalized for this serious medical condition. And when we do have disability, we have a full range of accommodations, but those accommodations do not cover this population. So sickle cell comes from an unpredictable pain episode and medical crisis. When I remember I was about 9 or 10 years old, my two younger sisters were identified as just having the trace cell, not the full blown, but were trace. And I do remember, back in the Great Society days, that a nurse would come, every week and actually gave a shot, to my sisters. It wasn't clear that actually, did anything, but there was an attempt on and recognition on behalf of the public health community that this is a really serious issue, particularly in communities of color. So folks don't really line up sort of neatly because of the pain. Their attendance can be irregular. Exam schedules need to be adjusted. While they can adhere to our rigorous requirements, their ability to fulfill those requirements needs some adjustment or needs some support. Now, recognize that they have gained access, they have gained admission to the academic communities, to the university, so they have demonstrated the ability to do college work, the work that's required, but because of their disease, they're not able to fully do that. So what we're asking for is for campuses to really have more clear policies and basic awareness so that students who miss a class and that this is a legitimate health reason and they're not being punished for it. And aside is that at times when persons with sickle cell disease go to our hospitals and to seek relief from their pain, they're often characterized as drug seeking and misunderstood that it's really that they're an addiction that they're trying to feed. So there is just a general lack of understanding in a number of professions about this. So this bill sets some clear guidelines. It states that students with sickle cell cannot be denied access to their academic programs or services or campus activities, and that the reasonable accommodations that we've extended for 50 years must be available to them so that they can remain enrolled and that they can make progress towards their degree. Now, we recognize this bill isn't enough. Doing this is just a step. So it further directs the Maryland Department of Health to really develop an education and awareness and campaign program for our colleges and universities so faculties and staff can better understand. Ultimately, this bill is about fairness. Students shouldn't have to choose between their health and their education, and it's my hope that we can make this first step. I respectfully ask for your favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions after you hear from Tanika.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Tanika Hoffman, sickle cell patient. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Senator Feldman, Vice Chair Keegan, and members of the committee. My name is Tanika Hoffman. I am a sickle cell warrior. I am here on behalf of the Maryland Alliance for Advocacy for Sickle Cell, as well as my organization, the Sickle Cell Coalition of Maryland. The Alliance also represents institutions such as Howard University, the Johns Hopkins Sickle Cell Adult Center, the Maryland Sickle Cell Disease Association, and a host of other organizations. SB 0421 addresses a critical gap in how Maryland institutions of higher education support students living with genetic conditions like sickle cell disease. This legislation ensures students are not placed at an academic disadvantage due to their health circumstances that is beyond their control. Students with sickle cell disease experience unpredictable pain crises, severe fatigue, hospitalizations, blood transfusions, and complications directly interfering interfering with their class attendance, examinations, and coursework. Despite federal disability protections and accommodations are often inconsistent, delayed, inflexible, varying by institution or by the student's ability or relationship with their professors. As someone living with sickle cell disease, I can attest that many of us live behind a veil of pain. One of the most vulnerable periods in our lives is transition from pediatrics to adult care, which often happens at the same time we're transitioning into university. During this transition, medical complications increase while students have to navigate an adult healthcare system that is frequently unprepared to meet our needs. SB 0421 brings clarity, accountability by setting clear expectations for institutions of higher education. It strengthens the implementation of disability protections and promote consistent, proactive accommodations, as well as addressing unnecessary barriers, maintaining a standard of academic success for our students. Sickle cell disease disproportionately affects Black and Latino students, and so we're asking if you could vote favorably to support this already marginalized community, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Are there questions for either Senator Washington or Ms. Hoffman? Seeing none, we do have a virtual testimony from Kimberly Leisman, who is not here. She was signed up unfavorable. Seeing no other questions, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 421. Thank you, Senator Washington. Next up is going to be a big one here. Senator Brooks is getting ready and will be coming on in. And I believe the chair will be back because this is an important bill that we will be hearing. So Senator Brooks, this is Senate Bill 342, Maryland Beverage Container Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Program. I'm trying to give you a moment here, speaking slowly to get you to the podium or the witness table. And I'm handing it back to the chair.
Okay. Washington. Okay, this is our final bill of the day, but it's also the one with the most witnesses. And so I'm going to call on Senate Bill 342. We're going to go with your sponsor panel. Some are virtual, some in person. So Adam Lindquist here. We've got Jana Davis. Okay, and then we'll take, after these two, we will take your virtual sponsor panelists. We've got a total of 3 who are virtual, and then we'll go to the other witnesses, okay? So Senator Brooks, you can proceed with Senate Bill 342.
Okay, thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my committee. This bill, SB 342, the Maryland Beverage Container Recycling Refund Litter Reduction Program, also known as the bottle bill. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, and I represent the 10th Legislative District of Maryland. Senate Bill 342 establishes a beverage container deposit refund program designed first and foremost to reduce beverage container litter and plastic pollution, while also improving recycling outcomes and easing the burden on local government. Beverage containers remain one of the most common and visible sources of litter in our communities along our roadways and in our waterways. The bill directly targets that problem with a proven accountable system. The program is financed and implemented by a nonprofit beverage container stewardship organization on behalf of the beverage producers that sell the products in Maryland, with strong oversight from the Maryland Department of the Environment. By capturing at least 90% of used beverage containers sold in Maryland, the programs would remove an additional 3.6 billion used beverage containers from Maryland's environment. Last session, this legislation made meaningful progress, passing out of one of the House committees, demonstrating that there is already a legislative movement and recognition in Maryland needs more effective approach to reduce beverage container waste. SB 342 builds on that work and reflects feedback received from last year. The updated bill offers reimbursement in public and private recycling facilities for the cost of collecting, sorting, and processing redeemable containers that collect in their normal operation. It also clarifies that the stewardship organization reimburses retailers for the payout of refunds when containers are returned. Importantly, it also assigns the Chesapeake Bay Trust as a role administering a grant program to support development of beverages containers reuse programs. Litter reduction, recycling, infrastructure, and public water fountains to reduce the use of single-use water bottles. The responsibility was previously assigned to MDE. The reassignment to the CBT, the Chesapeake Bay Trust, will reduce MDE's workload. The bill is the logical next step following the General Assembly's passage of the EPR, or the Extended Producer Responsibility legislation for packaging last session. The EPR for packaging bills acknowledged that the local government should not bear the full cost of managing waste generated by products that they do not control. A bottle bill applies the same principle in a targeted way to one of the most littered products in Maryland. With immediate and measurable litter reduction benefits that only a refundable deposit can deliver. EPR for packaging and beverage containers deposit refund system work synergistically to maximize the benefits of both programs. The EPR for packaging bill explicitly states that it does not preclude passage of a separate beverage container deposit refund program to reduce litter and plastic pollution. We also want to directly address concerns raised by small businesses should SB 342 does not require every retailer to host redemption trailers or dedicated on-site space to bottle collection. Small retailers with less than 3,000 square feet of space area or larger than 150 square feet or less of shelf space displaying redeemable containers are not required to take back used containers, but must post their entrances, post their location and on entrances located nearest the reverse vending machine. Modern bag drop systems accept returns outside the retailers can serve more than the one retailer, significantly reducing space, staffing, and operational burdens, especially for small and locally owned businesses. All retailers that accept used redeemable containers receive compensation for their cost of technology and labor in redeeming containers in the form of a per container handling fee. Counties have expressed concerns about potential revenue impacts to their recycling operations. However, counties currently bear substantial costs related to litter cleanup, tipping fee, and landfill and incinerated beverages containers, stormwater management, and recycling contamination caused by beverage containers. This bill reduces the cost to local government because the stewardship organization takes financial responsibility for diverting and recycling beverage containers that currently are deposited or littered. And as I previously noted, this year's bill requires that the stewardship organization compensate public and private recycling facilities for the cost of collecting, sorting, processing, unredeemed, redeemable beverage containers they collect. They will be able to sell those material net of cost And counties will also benefit from the cleaner recycling stream and reduce cleanup expenses. The bill clarifies that a county or municipal corporation may not be required to host, operate, or provide land, facilities, or any other resource that establish or operations of a redemption facility. And further, in the event that the local government can document a net loss attributable to the deposit program, this initiative would provide compensation during the first 3 years of operation. At its core, SB 342 is about litter reduction. Deposit systems operating in addition to curbside recycling programs consistently achieve high returns and rates and dramatically reduces beverage container litter in public spaces and waterways. This bill builds on prior legislative action, incorporates stakeholder feedback, and offers Maryland a practical, accountable solution to persistent and a visible problem. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 342.
Okay, thanks, Senator. Let's go to the two witnesses, and then we'll take some questions. Sir, why don't you begin? And each of you, this is true of all the in-person witnesses, all the witnesses are going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay? So why don't you start?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Adam Lindquist, and I'm here representing the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore, a business improvement district launched, funded, and governed by the waterfront business community, which is home to over 100 restaurants, plus attractions like the National Aquarium and public parks like Rash Field. In 2010, we set a goal to make the Baltimore Harbor swimmable and fishable. And to that end, we have supported many restoration efforts, including the installation of Mr. Trash Wheel and 3 additional large floating trash interceptors in the Baltimore Harbor. Over the last 12 years, the Mr. Trash Wheel family has collected nearly 3 million beverage containers from the Baltimore Harbor. But this is only the tiniest fraction of the 4 billion beverage containers produced annually in Maryland. Waterfront Partnership spends nearly $2 million each year cleaning the waterfront. And what I want to point out here is the significant reduction in cost that will occur with the implementation of a bottle bill. As an example, the State Highway Administration spends $17 million each year on roadside litter cleanup. A study conducted by the Container Recycling Institute showed an 80% reduction in beverage container litter in states with a bottle bill, and an average 35% reduction in overall litter. Using the SHA budget as an example, 35% less litter could save the state $6 million a year in litter cleanup costs. Waterfront Partnership would certainly like to spend more of our budget on other things like events, landscaping, or new parks. And I'm sure the same is true for the state, which could save precious taxpayer dollars by reducing municipal costs for litter removal and waste disposal through the passage of this bill. We respectfully request a favorable report on SB 342. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jana Davis, President of the Chesapeake Bay Trust. As you know, the trust was created by you all, the General Assembly, in the 80s as a nonprofit to complement the work of larger state agencies and empower community-based groups through on-the-ground grant-making. So the rationale is that communities know what they need and want, and so if they propose the projects and lead the projects, they will sustain them and love them. In this bill, the trust is asked to manage a grant program that would support recycling, reuse efforts, litter, trash cleanup, and behavior change in littering. The trust is well suited to manage a grant program like this. We have the infrastructure in place already, and we're known to be very efficient. We've had the highest rating from Charity Navigator for decades, 4 stars. The trust would apply these resources to grants to schools, nonprofits like civic associations, homeowners associations, faith-based groups, local governments, for-profit entities. We actually ran a very successful Ditch the Disposables grant program for Washington, D.C. that we could use as a model here. There's a lot of demand for these types of grants. Communities of all different types identify litter as one of their top environmental concerns. We wish we didn't have to, but in the last 10 years, the Trust has funded about 1,000 grants to support cleanup efforts like this that have removed thousands of tons of trash, litter. The demand is much higher. We get about 3 times as many requests as funding available. We also fund a lot of work on the behavior change side of it, sort of the upstream side. How do we prevent trash from becoming litter in the first place? Our grantees want to tackle this issue, and hopefully the more work we do on this issue, we'll run ourselves out of business on this topic because there will be no litter in the environment. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Okay, let's open up for questions for the sponsor, Senator Brooks, and the 2 witnesses. Okay, we've got Senator Watson.
I love the water wheel. We got to see that in person. That is a great contraption, and the kids love it as well. Senator, I have a question. Just clarify for me. How does the county get reimbursed for the loss that they will see as a result of not having those recyclables?
Well, the goal here, if they, are you talking about the bottles that they are recycling now? Yeah, but they will save in the sense that they would be spending less currently on recycling. So that, in that sense, there would be a net gain for them. Because right now, they do have to take those products, put them in landfill, taping fees, and all of that. So they would be saving in that sense.
So I just had a conversation in the back room with our Maryland recycling facility called MRF and spoke to the gentleman who runs that. And based on his estimates, Prince George's County sees about $350K a year for aluminum recycling, and for the plastic, about another $131K. That money subsidizes the operation of the facility. And so if that money is now gone, I thought I heard you mention there is a way for the county to document how much they lost to get reimbursed for that.
That is correct. For the first 3 years, yeah, they can document a loss from, now we're talking about beverage containers up to 3 liters.
Yep.
So yeah, 10 cents for 24 ounce and below, and then up to 3 liters, 15 cents. So those are basically your drinking containers. Yeah, your beverage containers.
You didn't say how we would get reimbursed, and maybe somebody else can answer the question when the rest of the panel comes up. Okay. Because the funds that we receive from recycling everything is used to subsidize the operation of the facility. If those recyclables are not there, that is more cost that our taxpayers have to pay in Prince George's County. And I would imagine anywhere else in the state that has a facility where you're going to take away what they're able to derive some portion of revenue from. And so that was my argument last year when this bill came up. And I'm trying to determine, I want to minimize the impact. All these ideas are good, except nobody looks at the unintended consequences for the increased cost that our citizens have to bear. And this will be a cost to the counties who are already burdened with trying to pay the bills. So my question is real simple. Mm-hmm. We're going to lose $450,000. How do we make up for that?
Well, you've got to look at the fact that you're spending money now to handle the recycling, the tipping fee, the landfills and whatnot. And plus, if you, like with curbside, I mean, the contamination rate is about 90%. So the best dollar saved is the one that's not spent. So you're spending money now to handle curbside pickup and now.
All right.
So
let me ask a different question.
Yes.
So if I spend a dime on a bottle, that is, we want to increase the cost of the bottles. I'm going to spend a dime on a bottle, consume my beverage, turn that back in, I get my dime back.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a net.
Right.
Somebody's paying these additional costs to set up the program, put these facilities in place to capture the material, and all of those things. Where is that money coming from?
And that money would be coming from the folks who don't return Yeah, they're going to be, if we could capture about, we're hoping we could capture about 90%, but everybody's not going to return.
So the 10% that's not captured, how do you get that back?
Well, the Redemption Center, the 501c3 organization.
Wait a minute, if I'm Coca-Cola and I sell, 100 bottles, right? And 90 of the bottles come back to me. There's 10 cents that have not come back. How can you attribute those bottles to me? You won't even know where the bottles are.
Well,
or which manufacturer, sold those bottles.
Senator, have you ever heard of a UPC code? Each particular product would have that code on it, so you can determine.
That assumes
where,
you're going to pick up each and every bottle, which you're not.
Right.
That's what that assumes.
Yes.
So any bottle that's not returned to the manufacturer, somehow magically, we're going to be able to scoop them up and look at each bottle and figure out who gets the money, for what. That's not going to happen.
Hey, can I just, because my phone's blown up, we have 30 witnesses. They all say they can answer your question, but I mean, we could continue with Senator Brooks, but, or at least they would attempt to. So just making the point.
I will yield.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Senator, let's go Senator Harris, and then we will go to the additional 30 witnesses.
All right, so I'm going to be quick, Mr. Chair, because I just want to the question I have, so obviously we're in 2026, right? I know a lot of us don't go to a grocery store too much anymore. We Instacart things now, Instacart groceries, which means most of the things that we're purchasing or buying, we're not going to make it back to the store to drop those bottles. Okay. So how does it work for in 2020? Because less people are going to the stores right now, right, than ever before, right? And so how does that work? And once again, somebody else might be able to come up and answer the question, but I think Senator Watson might have been generous with that 10%. I think it'd be more than just that 10% because I think the last time I looked it up just a few minutes ago, it's like 30% of folks no longer go into a store any longer. They shop online. And so I just trying to figure out how do we handle that piece, because it's going to be that gap is going to be huge in terms of trying to receive back. So how does that work?
Right, yeah, we would conclude that now that there's a value to that container. And that being the case, if you don't take it in, I'm sure that someone would, because it can be redeemed and get the 10 cents or the 15 cents, whatever. So that the person who made the initial purchase, if they don't return it, they dispose of it, there's a possibility that someone else would get it and then redeem it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Additional questions? Seeing none. Thank you. We're going to next move to some. We've got 3 virtual witnesses who are part of your sponsor panel. Senator Brooks. We've got Peter. Let's start with Peter Blair.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ava Richardson, and then also we have Melissa, the third witness virtual, all part of the panel. So let's start with you, Mr. Blair. You're on the 2-minute clock, and you're part of Senator Brooks's panel, and you can proceed.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Blair. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director with Just Zero. We are a national environmental nonprofit focused on implementing zero waste policies. Others have already done this and will continue to lay out the numerous benefits of the bottle bill. So I briefly want to address one of the arguments you are going to hear from opponents, and that is that the bottle bill program is too complex and burdensome for Maryland retailers. Bottle bills are neither new nor untested. They operate in more than 50 jurisdictions worldwide, serving over 300 million people. This includes places with modern retail sectors, tourism, and complex economies. All of these jurisdictions have made these systems work and work well. Additionally, the sponsor has specifically designed this bill to make it flexible and adaptive, ensuring it works for retailers rather than burdening them. This gives Maryland retailers the flexibility in how they offer redemption services. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Retailers may choose from multiple redemption options, reverse vending machines, bag drop systems, vending options in parking lots, or shared systems with nearby retailers in centralized location. This flexibility allows retailers to design redemption services that align with their store layout, surrounding community, staffing needs, and business models. Additionally, the bill ensures that retailers are fully compensated for the role they play in this program. They receive a per container handling fee set by MDE that covers all costs associated with collecting, managing, and storing the empty containers. This handling fee can also cover investments in technology like reverse vending machines and bag drop systems. In addition to direct compensation, evidence from bottle bill programs show that retailers offer redemption services. They often experience increased foot traffic and consumer spending. Consumers frequently return containers to the store and use their deposits to fund new purchases, which benefits the retailers. In my written testimony, I've also provided evidence countering other claims raised against bottle bills. I'd encourage you to look at that. I can answer some of the questions that were raised before. Thank you for your time. The bottle bill is a proven, practical, and effective program. Maryland can no longer wait to implement this.
Before we take questions, let's go to Ava Richardson. Let's get your testimony, and then we'll take questions of these two virtual witnesses, okay?
All right, great.
Ms. Richardson, yeah.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ava Richardson, representing the Baltimore City Administration. Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and all the members of the Education, Environment, and Energy Committee. And also thank you to Senator Brooks for sponsoring this bill. Baltimore City supports this bill because we see how it aligns very well with our zero waste goals across the city, and in particular goes to pursue legislation and policy change to reduce the amount of waste in our waste stream, and also to enact legislation to support a beverage container deposit bill. I want to address the questions that were raised earlier, but first I'll just say in 2018, the City Council passed a ban on polystyrene containers for Baltimore City. Our school system also supported a transition away from styrofoam trays, transitioning to compostable trays. And in October 2021, the city passed the Comprehensive Bag Reduction Act. These collective efforts have led to up to an 80% reduction in the amount of plastic bags, styrofoam, or other materials that contribute to post-consumer waste in our environment. So endorsing and really want to echo some of what my colleagues shared, including Adam Lindquist and Dr. Janet Davis. As it relates to the question about what happens to those unredeemed bottle deposit fees, typically with these bills, if you are depositing 10 cents and you never return that bill, those funds would then be managed by the Beverage Container Stewardship Organization based on the bill language. And I'm sure any of the 30 folks that'll testify afterwards can clarify some of that detail. But those unredeemed funds, and while the goal is for a 90% redemption rate, we don't know that will be achieved, especially in the first years of implementation. So we can presume that that redemption rate would be lower, and we would work towards a rate that is higher. And that is the end of my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Blair or Ms. Richardson? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator Brooks. We'll just move on to additional witnesses. Okay, yeah, Melissa Schweisguth, we'll take her, and then we're gonna go back to in person. Melissa, why don't you weigh in your favorable and you on the 2-minute clock on Senate Bill 342.
All right, so thank you very much to the committee for taking testimony today. My name is Melissa Schweisguth. I'm the Vice President and Advocacy Chair for Neighbors of the Northwest Branch. We are a watershed group that focuses on protecting and restoring the largest tributary of the Anacostia River. I believe you're going to hear from Chris Williams in person. I know he's going to give you a lot of detail. So in advance, I just want to validate what he's going to tell you about the percentage of bottles and trash traps. We regularly hold cleanups along the Northwest Branch, and cans, bottles, glass are the largest total item that we get in our collections. And particularly we get a lot of beer cans. We do get glass bottles, so it's not just plastic. There's a range of materials, and we have seen in our towns when, for example, stores require a deposit for a shopping cart, that people will return that shopping cart because they want their quarter back, or little kids will go and they'll collect the carts and get the quarters. So there's a motivation. Even if these containers are littered, there is motivation for people to become sort of informal collectors and collect them. So we're certainly 100% supportive of a system that helps us get more recyclable materials out of the trash, out of our watershed, out of our environment, and back into the recycled material stream. So thank you very much. Oh, and I also do appreciate the changes made last year to address the concerns of the collectors and the haulers to make sure that they are reimbursed for, any loss they might experience from having some of these bottles and containers diverted into the deposit system. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to call up, thank you. I'm going to call up several in-person signed up favorable witnesses. Walter Tucker, Daryl Carrington, Kelly Dorden, just come on up and fill up the table. Chris Williams, Tyler Bryce. Okay, Jerry Burgess here. Jerry Burgess here. Okay, let's take some in-person testimony, then we're going to go back to some virtual witnesses. Okay, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go down the aisle.
Fantastic, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Kelly Dorden, Executive Director of Trash Free Maryland, here in strong support of SB 342. You have our written testimony on behalf of 29 state and local environmental and watershed protection groups, and you've already heard many of the reasons Marylanders support a bottle bill to reduce litter now. But I want to address a different point. This body passed landmark extended producer responsibility, or EPR, for packaging legislation last year. Trash Free Maryland proudly serves on the EPR Advisory Committee, and we're invested in making Maryland's packaging program as effective and strong as possible. For that reason, and to help achieve the best results with the highest quality and the most efficiencies, we strongly support passage of a recycling refund for beverage containers now. Extended producer responsibility and bottle bills can go hand in hand. Maryland's recycling needs assessment last year projected Maryland's packaging recycling rate could increase from its current 34% to 50% plus under an EPR for packaging program. We know we can do more, and we can reach higher quality outputs if we use all tools available to us. 89% of Maryland's single-family households have access to curbside recycling. We absolutely support the goal to maintain and improve that curbside recycling access. The bottle bill will not take away curbside recycling programs. Instead, the bottle bill will maximize access and convenience to additional recycling options to better capture materials from businesses, parks, and other on-the-go consumption points, complementing recovery rates from the curbside programs. Additionally, EPR will support and financially offset the loss of beverage packaging for our recycling facilities, leaving every material to pay its own fair way. Curbside recycling, disposal, and litter cleanup all cost money. The choice is who pays, government, taxpayers, or the producers of these materials. Capturing more materials through a producer-financed program like this makes sense and relieves local governments and taxpayers the burden of litter and disposal from the uncaptured beverage containers. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 342.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Some cord issues here. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the president of the Anacostia Watershed Society, and I'm here representing the 10,000 members, supporters, and volunteers of the society in Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and the District of Columbia. Maryland is home to 2 of only 3 bodies of water in the United States that are federally regulated for trash. In other words, the trash problems in these 3 bodies of water, 2 of which are in Maryland, the Anacostia Watershed and Baltimore Harbor, are so intense that the federal government felt like they needed to put these bodies of water on a trash diet through the TMDL program. This is why AWS, the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore, the Anacostia Riverkeeper later on today, the Friends of the Northwest Branch, are here testifying about this important legislation. After every rainstorm, you can see in these bodies of water a layer of trash that is washed into these systems from upstreams. And much of that trash, most of that trash, at least that's collected in our trash traps, are recyclable beverage container. The particularly plastic bottles, which represent about 60% of the trash that our trash traps and cleanups gather by weight. SB 0342 will prevent much of this trash pollution, about much of the 5.5 billion bottles that are, and cans that are sold in Maryland will prevent them from hitting the ground in the first place, and therefore prevent them from getting into our bodies of water through the programs that we've talked about and are going to be talked about by many witnesses today. Policy and interventions that prevent pollution really work. We've already heard about styrofoam bans. In my own watershed, styrofoam pollution has been reduced 75% by a styrofoam ban. Plastic bags, plastic forks, plastic straws, all have been reduced due to policy proposals. And this is a solid public policy proposal to control recycled beverage containers. I urge you to report favorably on the bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Price.
Hello again, my name is Tyler Bryce, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League. So I'm proud to testify on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in strong support of Senate Bill 342. Last year, we came in favorable with amendment. This year, we're coming in favorable on behalf of our legislative committee because we believe that the amendments that we presented last year have been heard. While we have asked for a little bit more leeway beyond 3 years, we believe that 3 years is also doable. You go to Michigan, right? I don't know if anyone here has, experienced this, and people are doing it. And even if it's not the actual consumer, there's people, in populations that need that extra bit of money that go around and collect bottles and things like that so that they can have that extra money in their pocket. We have an overwhelming majority of our member municipalities supporting this legislation. Again, that's about around 2 million Marylanders and 25% of the population. And so we're here today in appreciation for this approach. We appreciate the sponsors, both sponsors, in listening to our amendments from last year and implementing them. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Senator Watson.
Are these the experts that can answer my questions earlier? If not, I'll wait.
Depends on the question.
The questions were, if my county is going to see a shortfall in revenue that they're able to generate by reselling these recyclables, what mechanism is in place to make them whole?
For my part, there are a lot of other experts here that are better at answering that question than I am, to be frank with you.
Fair enough, fair enough. The second question is, I throw my empty bottles in my recycling bin versus taking them to the place where I purchased them. How will you know how much to reimburse that 10% you talked about was not going to be returned? How is that even captured? The sponsor talked about a UPC code or what have you. I throw it in the recycling bin like I always do. I'm still trying to figure out the flow of money, who gets what. Can you help me with that, or should I wait? It's okay.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that question directly, but what I will say about curbside recycling is that the recycling rates for curbside recycling are generally abysmal, and recycling rates under a bottle bill regime are much, much higher. In addition, much of the recyclable material that goes through curbside recycling, it's generally of much lesser quality than bottles and cans that go through a bottle bill type regime, and therefore it's less useful as recycled material, as packaging for new beverages. So for a variety of reasons, bottle bill collection of these recyclables, both in terms of efficiency and in terms of the amount of high quality recycled material you get, are much greater than curbside recycling.
So you're saying, because a lady next to you, she used the term convenience. So we're talking about creating another instance where a homeowner, instead of using the recyclable bin, which was designated for this purpose, has to now separate out the bottles and the aluminum from everything else and hand carry that back into a to be designated location to put in the machine to get their money back. Is that right?
Yes, I don't want to monopolize this, but yes, that's correct. But the bill creates a system whereby that is as convenient as we can make it by having reverse vending machines in stores so they can simply go back to the store where they bought it and redeem it there. There are also going to be redemption centers where if you want to put it together sort of en masse, you can take it to a redemption center and get your refund. So I think that what you're going to find and what has been found in states that have bottle bills already is that this system actually works very well.
Are you familiar with Coinstar machines?
I am familiar with Coinstar
All right,
machines.
will
yes.
this work like that? I put my bottle in, but I won't get the full 10 cent back. I might get 8 cent back because 2 cent is going to be retained to operate the facility?
No. You'll get the full amount back. You'll either get it, and sometimes you get it back as sort of script that you can take into the store and use again, or you can just redeem it for cash.
So I got the questions for the experts that are coming up. I still don't understand how the money flows, but
Yeah.
thank you very much.
But I think you'll find that there are other folks that can give you that answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to go to a couple of virtual witnesses that are still favorable. Elizabeth Reisner, she's here, and then Susan Collins. Okay. Okay, Ms. Reisner, do you hear us? Go. And then after that, Martha Ainsworth here? Is Martha Ainsworth here? Okay, Martha, why don't you just come up to the witness stand, because you'll be the last witness on the straight favorable list, and then we're going to go to FWAs. Why don't you sit there for a second? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there you are. Okay, Ms. Reisner, why don't you proceed again on Senate Bill 342? You signed up straight favorable, and you can take up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a physician in Maryland and part-time assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins. I'm representing doctors and health professionals who support the bottle bill because of its public health benefits. For more details, please refer to the written testimony from the Maryland State Medical Society, the Maryland Public Health Association, Healthy Climate Maryland, and Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. First, littered and landfilled plastic bottles degrade into micro nanoplastics, which pollute our air, water, and soil and enter our water supply and food chain. For example, because of the plastic pollution in the Chesapeake Bay, oysters harvested here have detectable amounts of microplastics. When ingested, microplastics can be absorbed into our bloodstream and then spread throughout our bodies. Indeed, microplastics have been detected in most human organs, including the heart, lungs, brain, and testicles. Research shows that these tiny pieces of plastic cause inflammation in our bodies, and we doctors worry that they could be linked to higher rates of heart attack, stroke, infertility, and cancer. Moreover, plastics release endocrine disrupting chemicals, which are implicated in obesity, type 2 diabetes, preterm birth, decreased sperm count, IQ loss, and ADHD. Because the bottle bill would recover over 2 million plastic bottles discarded in our state each year, it would help reduce environmental pollution and human exposure. Second, plastic bottles in the trash can end up incinerated, and when plastic is burned, it releases harmful air pollutants that worsen asthma and COPD, trigger learning and behavioral problems in children, and increase the risk of dementia in adults. By keeping plastic bottles out of trash incinerators in Baltimore City and Montgomery County, the bottle bill will improve those communities' health. Third, any plastic bottle that is not recycled increases the demand for new plastic production, which comes from fossil fuels and increases carbon emissions. By providing high-quality food-grade plastics for recycling, this bill will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and alleviate the burden of climate change-related illness. Therefore, a vote for the bottle bill is a vote for Maryland's public health.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reisner. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, we're going to move to our additional. Is Ms. Collins in the queue? Susan Collins? Not to be confused with U.S. Senator Collins. Okay, Ms. Collins, you can proceed. You're straight favorable, 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you to Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Susan Collins, and I'm the president of the Container Recycling Institute, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that studies packaging recycling policies. And we're clearly testifying in favor of Senate Bill 342. And in order to respect the time constraints, I will share some findings from one of our recent studies that can inform this discussion. It's on a topic that hasn't come up yet, but I think it might. Our written testimony also includes more information. So in 2023, our organization, together with ReLoop, conducted research on beverage sales volumes before and after the introduction of container deposit return laws globally, because there's discussion and concern that a container deposit law can affect beverage container sales negatively. In contrast, our research found no definitive evidence that the introduction or expansion of a beverage container deposit law can cause a decline in beverage container, or does cause, or has caused a decline in beverage sales. We compiled and analyzed per capita packaged beverage sales using real-world case studies based on actual sourced data points. We studied every change in deposit values in the last 20 years worldwide. We published our data so anyone can replicate our results. Our analysis indicates there is no definitive evidence that the introduction of new programs or changes to existing deposit programs in and of themselves impact sales, suggesting that opponents' concerns are unfounded. It is important to note that modern deposit systems also have two revenue streams that help pay for the programs: scrap materials and unclaimed deposits. And in the interest of time, I'll stop there and see if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Collins? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We're going to next go to Ms. Ainsworth, sitting there patiently at the table, and you are the final witness on this straight favorable side of things, so you can start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of Maryland Sierra Club's Zero Waste Team, speaking in strong support of SB 342 on behalf of the chapter's members and supporters. This is a priority bill for the Sierra Club. Maryland Bottle Bill would remove 3.6 billion containers per year from landfills, incinerators, and the environment. 2.3 billion of those are plastic water bottles. It would reduce beverage container litter and related plastic pollution by about 85%. It would provide clean feedstock that can be used in closed-loop recycling. There's no other program that can achieve this impact, because when there's a refundable deposit for an value for an empty beverage container, you get them back. They're not littered or wasted. Expanding curbside recycling is not a solution. The littered containers are mainly consumed away from home. The bottle bill would divert littered and wasted containers from roadsides and disposal, which costs county governments money. And in all 10 bottle bill states, deposits and curbside collection coexist. Bottle bills complement other packaging laws to maximize the impact. 3 of the 6 states with EPR for packaging bills also have a bottle bill. Bottle bills are politically popular. More than 90% of Maryland voters would support a program with a 10-cent refundable deposit, paid for by producers, not taxpayers. The bottle bill is affordable. Deposits are fully refundable. Access to redemption sites will be convenient. There'll be no impact on the non-deposit price of beverages, as Susan Collins said. It will reduce costs for local governments, not having to pay for waste disposal and litter. And it pays for itself. It creates new jobs and income-earning opportunities. To conclude, we have a serious litter and plastic pollution problem. There's a highly effective program to fix it. Producers are responsible for financing, and we can't afford to wait another year. It's another 4 billion containers every year we wait. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? We've got Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, thank you for your leadership on this and so many other issues over the years. I'm not sure that I've heard enough folks talk about implementation in other states. And I don't know if you're the person who can answer that, or if it's Senator Brooks or someone else, but can you tell us what the challenges and opportunities have been in other states? Because we're talking about, and I appreciate it, MML. Tyler, thank you for being here. That's extraordinary. 3 years was seen as a good amount of time and reasonable. Can you just talk about what lessons we can learn from other states that already have bottle bills?
Okay, so there are 10 U.S. states that have had bottle bills as early as 1970. And in fact, there was even an attempt in Maryland to get a bottle bill back in the 1970s. We've learned a lot from the experience of those 10 states. The very first one was in Oregon, and the most recent one was in Hawaii. We've learned that you have to have a deposit that's an incentive. And a lot of those early programs have suffered because they have to go back to the legislature. They started with 5 cents in the 1970s. Even New York hasn't been able to get that up. So one of the lessons learned is have a trigger in your bill for when you need to increase the deposit, and this bill has done that. Another lesson is that they went beverage by beverage. They actually have lists of beverages that are going to be in the bill. So since something new comes up like kombucha, oh my gosh, we have to go back to the legislature to add kombucha. Okay, so this bill affects all, it covers all beverage containers made of metal, glass, and plastic, plastic containers. The only beverages that are exempted are kind of medicinal and baby formula. So that's very important. We have like the largest, universe of beverages possible. Those are two parts. And then I would say the third lesson is you can have a high deposit, but if it's not convenient to return them, then people don't return them. So this bill is really attempted to assure convenience, a lot of flexibility there on how you can get your bottles and cans back. And I would say to Senator Harris, I believe that the whole thing with COVID and people getting stuff at home, I think there are a number of the states, I know at least California, but I think there's some other pilot programs of having people, delivery people come back and get the empty containers from households that can't get out. So, but we can look into that and get you some more information on it.
Okay. Any additional questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to take now some favorable with amendment testimony. Lorenzo Bellamy. See Lorenzo in the audience. Scott DeFife. And then we've got 2 virtual witnesses in the FWA category we'll take next, and then we'll move to unfavorables after that. Okay, Mr. Bellamy, why don't you start? Signed up favorable with amendments.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lorenzo Bellamy, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 342 with amendments. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of High Performance Recycling. We are in support of Senate Bill 342 with amendments. CHIPPER is the actual acronym for the coalition, and it's an organization made of diverse consumer brands, packaging suppliers, trade association, promoting deposit return systems or bottle deposit bills for beverage containers as described in this bill. With me are members of the CHIPPER Coalition who will discuss the amendments. In person is Mr. Scott DeFife with Glass Packaging Institute, and virtually Liz Donahue from Primo Brands. You may recognize some of those brands, Saratoga, Poland Springs, Deer Park, and Delphine Dehan Cocher from Constellium, a manufacturer of aluminum beverage cans and other aluminum products. Unfortunately, she has an emergency and will not be able to testify, but you have a written testimony. We believe that this session is the best time to pass a bottle deposit bill. The nascent extended producer responsibility bill, Senate Bill 901, that was passed last session, sponsored by Senator Augustine, who's a co-sponsor of this bill, contemplated a discussion on the bottle bill. We know that the beverage industry and retailers are opposed to this bill, and some of their reasons have some merit. But I believe that the amendments that we are proposing will mitigate many, not all, but many of the concerns expressed by the opposition. I want to talk briefly about the three amendments. One is placing program design and operations and administration on an industry-led nonprofit and not on a state agency, which MDE should be happy with. Assign financial responsibility to brand owners rather than distributors, and also provide some flexibility in where the redemption sites would be located, so they would not necessarily be in stores. With that, I urge a favorable vote on this bill. Mr. Chair, Senator Watson, the expert is at the table here to answer some of your questions.
Okay, Mr. DeFife, with that, is it fighting words? You ready to, respond?
I'm ready. I feel the weight of the effort. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm Scott DeFife. I'm the president of the Glass Packaging Institute. I've testified here before in support with amendment as the Glass Packaging Institute, but as Lorenzo said, I'm here on behalf of a broader coalition of industry, private sector entities, brands, and material manufacturers that are supportive of a bottle bill, but believe we have a set of friendly amendments to help streamline the bill to make it comport with the new law in Maryland, which is the extended producer responsibility for packaging law, the EPR law. As Lorenzo said, we have three general buckets of amendments that we think. One relates to the administration of the program, and I believe that Senator Brooks has done, his leadership and the Sierra Club leadership and the supporters has moved in this general direction, but we would move it a little bit more and just make the playing field level and use the definitions for producer that are in the EPR law so that private sector companies that are producers in one are producers in the other. And then those two PROs would align in a parallel manner so that they can have more synergies with each other rather than kind of siloed programs that are in the oversight of MDE. The second set of amendments are things that help bring more private sector along and are lessons very specifically to Vice Chair Kagan's question, things that we've learned over the years in other states that have bottle bills relating to labeling, UPC codes, things of that nature that streamline that and put more of those decisions at the PRO program plan, much like the EPR program, rather than legislated in statute or in regulations. Obviously, with the regulatory body overseeing and with the oversight of approving the pro plan, a lot of those day-to-day, year-to-year decisions are more flexible if they're in a PRO plan, just like EPR. Lastly, as Lorenzo said, we believe that the bill has moved towards flexibility for retail. We would move even further with flexibility towards retail to ensure that no retailer in the state had to take empty bottles back in their store. And I can try to answer as many of the additional questions as possible.
Okay, questions for the panel? Senator Watson.
So where does the money come from to administer the program?
The producers that would be part of this program, much like the producers in EPR.
Would that be like Coca-Cola, as in producers?
Coca-Cola as the brand, yes, not the actual bottlers. There's a difference with our amendments that the producer brands would be equivalent to the producer. Coca-Cola has to pay as a producer under EPR right now.
So we're going to increase the price for all beverages in our state?
No. There's a deposit that's refundable for the beverages that would be under this.
Then where does the money come from? See, this is what I'm missing. I'm paying extra for a bottle. I turn it in. That's net zero.
Yep.
Now there's some money that has to go somewhere because folks have to administer this program. Where does the money come from?
The producers, just like the EPR program, the producers are going to have to pay a fee.
That's Coca-Cola, as an example, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Coca-Cola can now take that money that they have to spend on this program and roll that back in to increase the price of their products.
No, they cannot increase the price of the products. There's a refundable deposit that gets added to the price at sale, but just like the EPR program forbids Coca-Cola from increasing the price of their products to pay for the EPR for packaging program, our bill would keep them from increasing the price of their product for this program also. The EPR program forbids the brands from passing the cost of the EPR for packaging that you passed last year
so they gotta
onto
eat
the
the
consumer.
cost, right?
They have to help contribute to pay for the recycling system.
We are so bad. We are so bad for business as a state because we keep trying to do the right thing, and I don't care how many faces you guys make back there. We keep trying to do the right thing, but with these unintended consequences that continue to raise prices, for our citizens. And we need to wake up. We are trying our best to try to conform and push our state into an environmental friendly position, but that has caused the unintended consequences of raising rates and everything else in this state. And nobody wants to say something about it because we want to hold the flag up, oh, we did something, we did something. We haven't done anything but put more pressure on our citizens. Here's an easy question. The bottles that are not captured, that are not turned back in, how do you account for those?
The unredeemed deposits. So when the producers initiate the deposit on the introduction of the product into the state,
right?
Much like the EPR for packaging is going to have to track all the sales of everything that's going on in the state. The beverage container, it's already in the EPR bill that you passed, accounts for separate counting for the beverage containers. So those are going to be reported in. then the PRO or the BCSO, whichever the entity is that's doing that, will have the data on how much is redeemed, and there will be a differential on the unredeemed deposits.
So all the machines that are going to capture the bottles are all connected, right? Yes. And they are all going to share some common database system somewhere.
Correct.
To do that reconciliation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the amendments that we propose, most of the unredeemed deposits stay in the program to help build the redemption infrastructure so that there is more redemption opportunities. We also would go further in having more bag drop and more innovative bottle collection for people who don't want to get to the stores, but they could call somebody to get there.
And my last question is, I have read that some of the other states have done this, have seen abuse with folks bringing bottles in, you know, just to go ahead and, you know, make money off of this. I mean, put together enterprises where there's fraud being detected and new laws. How can we ensure that that doesn't happen to us in Maryland?
It's it's going to be impossible to prevent all aspects of fraud. It is in every other program. But in the amendments that we've been proposing, we believe that the central clearinghouse and the PRO will have enough power to implement and do the clearinghouse. There's a lot that can be done in the UPC code or in a QR code that can designate where the bottles are from. All of the states. One of the reasons our coalition got together in the first place is we've seen the issues that have been going on in the existing states that have bottle bills, and we want to modernize the bottle bill system in the United States so that it better addresses things like fraud and tracking and traceability and transparency.
You are an expert. Thank you for indulging me.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to Senator Harris, then to Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to piggyback on Senator Watson's point that he's making over there. So we said there's 10 states that have the bottle bill currently. Within those 10 states, one state jumped out, right? So Delaware, they repealed theirs a long time ago, right? But it was in place for 28 years. And then Maine and Vermont, because this is based off my research, Maine and Vermont has been trying to repeal theirs, but they can't get it repealed. And then the last location to add a bottle bill was Guam back in 2010. So my question here is, only 10 states, 2 has tried to jump out of it, but hasn't repealed it yet. And Guam last in 2010. What is it that we are missing that some folks are not really moving towards this particular solution here?
Senator, if I may try to help clarify a couple of those things, but I think I can answer almost everything that you asked. First of all, Vermont and Maine have not tried to get out of a bottle bill. They've tried to reform. We were actually part of a group that supported reform. Reform of the Vermont bottle bill would have expanded to wine and some other things that are not covered. And it would have taken a lot of the details out that the legislature has to do, including increasing the 1 cent handling fee every time you want to increase the handling fee. The Vermont legislature actually passed that bill, sent it to the governor. The governor vetoed the legislation to reform and modernize the Vermont bottle bill. Maine did pass it. What they have been trying to do is move it out of the government, state government regulatory operation of the program to a pro or a stewardship organization like this bill does and our amendments would do. So that just takes care of Vermont and Maine. Many of the opponents that are going to come up here and testify next are a lot of the reason why you haven't seen another state do a bottle bill. The waste industry, MRF haulers, counties, things that actually go to some of Senator Watson's questions about the commodity value of the material has been a relationship between the county governments and the municipal governments and the MRFs and the waste hauler industry that do their contracts, where they get some benefit out of that. I would argue that most counties need to look at their budgets together, not just their recycling revenue, but their waste costs and their costs for landfill and things of that nature. They even out. Bottle bills are a net positive to most county and state budgets when they're implemented. But that goes a long way to 20 years plus of opposition to the thing. I want to make sure I capture the last question on the unredeemed deposits, but I know.
Yeah, so no, you're fine there. So
okay.
The last question, Chair. So Once again, going back to one of the things, because I don't understand the answer once Senator Watson, the question that Senator Watson asked.
Yep.
So currently, Company X, I'm not going to keep picking on, so Company X, right, currently already has to pay into a program, right?
Yeah.
Now, so that's that one bucket. If we institute this bill, right, they will have to pay into another bucket?
This is why we have friendly amendments, so that the two buckets are working together rather than as two siloed programs, so that you're not paying into two buckets, you're paying into one. And the PRO is actually operating different modalities of collecting. The packaging law is largely a curbside pickup program. In fact, on the advisory board, which I also sit on, we talked for 3 hours this morning about the definition of curbside and whether rural counties who have community drop-off are going to have their materials covered and paid for under the EPR for packaging law, because the definitions aren't entirely clear. Building, we have data that can show, and we have evidence from Canadian provinces, we have evidence from European countries that have done this, that operate both EPR for packaging at the curb and bottle deposit return programs, that the two together create synergies that feed off of each other to bring the cost of all of the programs down for all producers, not just the beverage container brands, but for the other brands. It will increase the commodity value of the fiber and the other material in the curbside stream while collecting 3 times as much glass or can or PET bottles as the curbside system collects now. So there will be less going to landfill. The counties and the cities will have less landfill costs. The two programs can work together to rely on each other. The bottle deposit program is going to have more redemption centers for depot drop-off and things of that nature. That can be the infrastructure that the EPR for packaging needs for materials that don't belong in the curbside bin.
Got it. So still, once again, there's two, you said it's not 2 buckets, but 1 bucket, but based off that one bucket, the cost that they're paying in right now is X, right? Does the cost still stay at X, or it turns to Y? Even though it's 1 bucket now, are we increasing that fee onto Company X?
First of all, the fee for Company X is to be known years from now. We're not there yet. The Maryland Department of the Environment only released the proposed draft regs last week. So we still got a couple years before the EPR program is even built out to know what that cost would be. If we do this bill now, then the regs can reflect how both of those programs need to work together.
Okay. Appreciate it, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hester.
Sorry, I came in late and I missed the first bit of it, but I've been, the question that you've been addressing, you know, how EPR and the bottle bill can work together, I haven't heard anybody talk about it with as much expertise as you just did. I was wondering if we could follow up offline, but I missed your name.
Scott DeFife, president of the Glass Packaging Institute. I've actually been thinking about this ever since I got the job 6 years ago, about how when we saw the advent of EPR for packaging come on, we knew that because it helps cover the costs of counties and makes counties whole, not quite completely whole, 90% whole under the law that was passed, right? It starts to change the dynamic of who's paying for recycling, who's paying for pickup, who's paying for processing. Do I want better quality out of my recycling system, which actually earns me more money? Part of the reason that the MRFs are still need to be subsidized, sorry if I'm getting off the answer to the question, is that the quality of the material isn't good enough to make them enough money. Glass, for instance, is a negative in a MRF truck. It's a positive when it's collected separately. And we have members in Maryland who can process the glass today that is collected in this program. But absolutely be happy to follow up offline.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's move on. We do have one virtual witness also favorable with amendment. Then we're going to move to a panel of unfavorables. Liz Donahue, is Ms. Donahue, you on the line? Okay. Ms. Donahue, you're going to have to unmute yourself and start your camera. Okay, there you are. Ms. Donahue, you're signed up favorable with amendments. And you have up to 2 minutes, so you can start.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. Scott's a tough act to follow. My name is Liz Donahue. I represent Primo Brands, known locally as Deer Park Bottled Water. More than 100 of our employees live and work across Maryland. Primo is also a founding member of the Coalition for High Performance Recycling, CHIPPR, and today we are testifying in support with amendments. Primo Brands is a leader in reusable packaging with our multi-serve 3 and 5 gallon bottles and industry-leading use of recycled plastic, aluminum, and glass packaging. And in 2025, approximately 40% of our PET bottles were made from recycled plastic. We need more recycled material to have bottle-to-bottle recycling. Establishing a deposit return system is the best way to dramatically increase the availability of high-quality recycled materials for circular use in beverage containers. A deposit return system is a complement to Maryland's EPR policy, as has been stated. With the amendments proposed by CHIPPR, Maryland would see a cost-effective recycling model that is convenient for consumers and led by producers and brands. It is CHIPPR's recommendation to amend SB 342 to assign financial accountability to the brand owners and not the bottlers. Brand owners are more agile and have more control over beverage packaging and recycling efficiency. To be clear, this should not be a bottler responsibility, it should be a brand responsibility. When brands and producers have responsibility for program design, operation, and performance, they are motivated and incentivized to invest in convenient and innovative redemption infrastructure and improve packaging recyclability to control costs and meet performance targets. They also have incentive to fight fraud, which if someone asks me a question, I can talk about that more. SB 342 will provide the most cost-effective system to increase recycling benefits for your constituents and help catapult Maryland towards a circular economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Donahue? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to unfavorables. I'm going to call names and come up to the witness table. Brad Rifkin, I see Brad in the back. Lisa Cardell, Sarah Price, Hannah Allen, David Marburger. You should go first. Okay, let's fill that. Let's just start with this group of 5, and then we'll move on to more unfavorables. Who wants to start? Why don't we start there, and then we'll just go down the table, okay?
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance with serious concerns about the impact of this proposal. First, I would just note that with the amount of attention that grocery prices are getting at this time, I don't think it's appropriate to increase the upfront cost of everyone's groceries. From the retailer's perspective, I know that technology has changed, so we don't necessarily have to have an entire counter set up to accept bottles anymore, except we do, because if the RVM or the bag drop is inoperable for any reason, a retailer that is participating in this does have to be prepared to manually redeem those containers. That means having redemption-trained staff available on every shift and slowing down the operations at the customer service counter. We also have to maintain those bottles physically somewhere until the stewardship program can come and pick them up. Cost-wise, I would share that U.S. Census data currently reports over 1,200 supermarkets and grocery retail businesses in Maryland. So if 1,000 stores choose to comply by setting up a minimum of 3 RVMs at their store, which is approaching $1,000 a month for those leases, the handling fee for those businesses in 1 year would be about $11 million for the program. And if we had one minimum wage employee doing 2 hours worth of redemption work per day, over the course of a year, that's another $11 million. So the producer fees are going to have to be extremely high in order for this program to be truly self-funded. And I'm honestly not sure why we're holding the producers responsible for people littering. So we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rifkin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of the Brewers Association of Maryland and the Maryland Distillers Guild here in respectful opposition to the bill. I appreciate the bill sponsor's laudable goals here. Unfortunately, my clients are small businesses, and I don't know if folks have seen, but they're closing left and right, whether it was Idiom in Frederick or just recently Brewer's Art, which is one of my favorite breweries in Baltimore City. Unfortunately, we have to take positions right now of opposition to bills that are putting operational burdens and or fiscal burdens on our businesses. We are on razor-thin margins, and dedicating space within a small brewery or a tap room, because we are producers and retailers, is really, frankly, unfortunately, untenable for my clients today. So I know other members of the panel will speak more in depth on the bill, but that's the position of my two clients. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going here.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 342. You've heard it talked about EPR. There were, years of stakeholder engagement on extended producer responsibility. That bill passed last year on Friday. We just saw the regulations were published in the Register. So finalization and implementation has not yet begun, and no one has had a chance to see whether or how the EPR program will deliver results. And so I think on the EPR piece itself, we would strongly urge the committee to at least wait until we've seen how that program is set up and established and what the results of that program actually are. For many retailers, especially a lot of our grocery stores in the state, this bill presents a lot of operational challenges. Like my colleague here mentioned, many would be required to act as a redemption center, dedicating floor space to bottle storage or machines, reverse vending machines, managing sanitation issues, staffing redemption areas. These are not small adjustments for these retailers. These are real costs that they will incur. There is also the issue of fraud that was talked about as well. States with bottle deposit programs have dealt with fraud. Maryland, is a state with a small state with many states bordering us. We're a very transient state. So I think that we would have, given our close proximity to our neighboring states, we would have a lot of concerns over potential fraud that these stores would have to deal with. Again, Maryland has taken big steps on recycling policy. I think the prudent path is to let the system be implemented and measured before we move forward with this new complex program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cardell.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Cardell. I'm a Director of Public Affairs for WM, previously known as Waste Management. We are the largest recycler in North America. In 2025, we opened a new state-of-the-art single-stream recycling facility in Oak Ridge, Maryland, and invested over $50 million in that facility. We also operate a single-stream recycling facility in Capitol Heights, Maryland, and a high-grade cardboard facility in Oak Ridge. Both of our single-stream recycling facilities process over 310,000 tons of recyclables per year, primarily from Maryland businesses and residents. So as you can see, WM is committed to recycling in Maryland. The proposed bottle deposit bill would divert valuable beverage containers from established, successful, and popular curbside recycling programs operating today. Beverage containers account for approximately 25% of the value of the materials that we sell to end markets. Diverting these valuable containers would from these curbside programs would significantly impact the economic benefits of the curbside recycling. As a result, the overall cost of recycling to recycling facilities will increase and ultimately increase for the businesses and households in Maryland. This could also threaten the viability of the very popular municipal curbside programs. There's only been one bottle bill passed in 40 years. Since single-stream curbside recycling programs have been introduced, there's been no need for a bottle bill that creates a duplicative system competing with today's convenient curbside recycling programs. Last year, Maryland passed the Modern Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR law, to fund and improve recycling for all packages, including beverage containers. The bottle deposit bill creates a second parallel program that pulls materials and funding away from EPR and increases costs to consumers, retailers, and local governments. While we share the bill sponsor's commitment to reducing litter and improving recycling, this legislation would create a costly and outdated system, undermining Maryland's newly enacted EPR law and threatening the stability of Maryland's recycling infrastructure. We strongly urge you to vote against SB 342.
Okay, playing cleanup, Mr. Marburger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Marburger. I'm the owner of Bay Ridge Wine and Spirits on Kent Island, as well as the legislative co-chair for the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association. My store is 4,000 square feet of beverage alcohol. Before I adamantly oppose Senate Bill, where am I here? This bill, let me say that I fully support the recycling of all products, not just consumable beverage containers, but anything that we can. However, the methods described in Senate Bill 342 would lead to an overwhelming burden and cost of businesses and consumers alike. For the businesses, massive increase for storage. If I have to get a reverse vending machine, which run anywhere from $8,000 to $50,000 for the large ones, I have to put that somewhere. If I'm to take room out of my 4,000 square feet space, I either have to A, decrease my selection or rearrange my entire store. That's a cost. Staffing, if I have the ability to inspect every bottle, can, and whatnot that comes back to me, I have the, I can reject cigarette butts, I can reject liquid in the containers, which puts me in an adversarial relationship with any customer that I've already taken their money from. They're going to want it back. And here's one no one thought about, my increased credit card fees. For the consumers, they'll now have to store their own containers in their driveway. And yes, we live in a world of convenience. No, that's an inconvenience to return those bottles. I could go on for a while, but again, I fully support recycling, just not in this widespread, massively expensive manner. I urge an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this particular panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Got 3 additional witnesses unfavorable. I'm going to call them up: Drew Vetter, Tiffany Harvey, Megan Dom, and then we finally will have 2 after this, 2 information only witnesses, and that'll be the extent of the testimony. So we've got a group of 3 here, all signed up unfavorable. Ms. Harvey, why don't you start, and then we'll go to the other 2 witnesses.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Tiffany Harvey on behalf of the Maryland, Delaware, DC Beverage Association. I think a lot of you know and are familiar with our clients. We submitted written testimony on this bill, so I will just take our time to briefly touch upon a couple things that I think have been missed. The Vice Chair earlier today asked the question about lessons learned from other states that have this. As mentioned to the committee, there's 10 states, 10 folks across the United States that have bottle deposits. So Guam passed one in 2010, Hawaii passed one in 2002, and the rest of these bills are before we had curbside recycling. They come from the late 60s and early 70s. I raise that because other states like Maryland are dealing with litter abatement issues, and they're not turning to bottle deposit laws to help. What they are looking at is what you all did last year, which was Senate Bill 901, is the extended producer responsibility. Folks have talked about that at length, and that we're still in the process of setting that program up. But I do want to talk about another lesson we should be considering from states that have bottle deposit laws: fraud. Now, folks have talked about it a little bit, but not to the magnitude what other states are dealing with it. So if we just talk about states on the East Coast that are dealing with fraud, we talk about New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. So New York's governor, and they've stepped in, they have now a multi-state agency that they're looking at how to defend against millions of dollars worth of fraud in their state. So it is pulling resources away from government work. Connecticut, just this past week, has asked their state troopers to step in and help with out-of-state bottle deposit fraud. Not because we're talking about hundreds of dollars, we're talking about millions of dollars being pulled out of the infrastructure of those programs. And it's relevant because our program is still being set up. You heard folks talk about it. We don't go live with EPR until 2028. So pulling these products out and setting up a program where you know neighboring states do not have bottle deposit laws, all you're doing is open up for fraudulent negative outcomes for the state bill. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our next witness. Would you proceed?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Megan Dahm. I head up sustainability at American Beverage, which is the National Trade Association for the non-alcoholic beverage industry. Our industry worked with Senator Augustine and his committee on the breakthrough EPR program that was signed into law last year. In fact, Governor Moore thanked the Maryland, Delaware, and DC Beverage Association at the signing. The enactment of this law kept a multi-year effort of collaboration, contention, and compromise, and Maryland's leaders should take pride in becoming only the sixth state to adopt this significant commitment to advancing the circular economy. We look forward to working with the department on that law. Senate Bill 342 could impact the state's EPR for packaging law. By focusing on the implementation of the packaging program right now, we set ourselves up for success in the future. We believe that comprehensively managing the full range of covered materials under the EPR program is the best approach for Maryland at this time. And the reason why is that the Maryland law mandates producer funding to enhance residential recycling access education infrastructure for the entire state and covers all consumer packaging and printed paper and products. So that includes your junk mail, your food wrappers, your cereal boxes, clamshells, meat trays, soup cans, shampoo, detergent jugs, liquor bottles, e-commerce bubble wrap, and more. And this is regardless of whether that material is recycled or not, or recyclable or not. Building out that program, which will support and optimize recycling access, should be the focus for Maryland right now. And I would add also that this EPR law takes advantage of the really great groundwork that Maryland has already laid. 96% of residents of Maryland all have access to recycling at home. That's a lot of groundwork laid, a lot of money already spent. That's great access. The recycling rate, however, in the state is only around 21%. So there's a lot of work for this EPR program, as Tiffany mentioned, to do, which doesn't start until 2028. And we want to see that program getting started. Others have also mentioned the need for completely new infrastructure, which is a massive undertaking and an inconvenience. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vetter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Drew Vetter. I'm here on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association. I'm here in opposition to this bill. NWRA and our members are 100% committed to increasing recycling rates in Maryland. As Ms. Cardell stated earlier, this commitment is demonstrated by WM's investment of over $50 million into a state-of-the-art single-stream recycling facility here in Elk Ridge. We're opposed to this bill for three primary reasons. First, the bill will harm Maryland's existing recycling infrastructure. Two, it's very complicated and difficult to implement. And three, it will lead to both direct and indirect increased costs for consumers and taxpayers. In terms of the effect on Maryland's existing recycling infrastructure, as has been stated before, bottle bills remove the most valuable material from curbside recycling programs. They currently represent more than 30% of MRF revenue. This will destabilize existing curbside systems and threaten the existing recycling processes that our residents rely on. We do recognize that this year's bill includes a provision to allow MRFs to recover some portion of that cost. However, it's time limited and doesn't get all the way there in terms of what's lost in terms of the lost commodity revenue. The bill is difficult to implement. It's 45 pages of a new program coming 1 year after passing another very difficult bill with EPR. We're working very closely with MDE on the implementation of EPR, and we're mutually invested in getting that right, but it's an enormous task. Our perspective is that it's not the right time to add another huge program to the pile of work. And then lastly, direct and indirect costs in terms of increased costs for consumers, and then increased costs for local governments and for taxpayers as those recycling systems become more expensive to operate because of the lost revenue. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for this panel? Senator Harris.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chair. So the last few panels, we talked about the cost to the actual producers. How does this affect, you, in your opinion, the actual consumers?
Sure. I'll take it first. Okay, go ahead. Thanks. So I think from our concern, there's affordability concerns at the point of sale. So at the point of sale, we have an example in our written testimony for your consideration, but if you were to buy like a 24-pack of water, at the point of sale, it's going to go up $2.40 more for the consumer. They don't get that money back. So they put the dime, it's essentially a dime down for each bottle, right? So you don't get it back until you've returned it to a redemption facility, right? So you have to, I think the idea is, well, they'll get it back on the back end, but that assumes you have it on the front end. And so I think that's, concern from our perspective on our consumers and customers is the expectation on the front end. And I think also just the task of having to now, the added step, you've heard us talk about EPR. Advisory Council had its 24th meeting. Somebody said it was 3 hours this morning. We've all been participating. I'm also a member representing industry there. And the challenge is, folks, we need to do a better job with getting folks to engage with environmental stewardship and recycling. And from our perspective, making it harder by adding this step doesn't get us there.
And I would just also add that the EPR law that you all passed, which is fantastic, it's a model law, what that will do is it will provide at-home education and access to every resident in Maryland, regardless of whether you live in a single-family or multifamily home. And so there is the ease and convenience of using that infrastructure that this law will make sure that everybody has access to, rather than taking bottles and cans out of it and having to transport them on buses or in cars or wherever you get around.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Did you say that the bill last year that came out of this committee is the model bill for the United States of America? Did I hear you say that? Okay. Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we have 3 final witnesses on the piece of legislation. 2 virtual. Chaz Miller is signed up unfavorable, and then we've got. Committee is the model bill for the United States of America. I don't have to hear myself say that. No, that's okay. Okay, Mr. Miller, you're going to be the last witness on unfavorable witness, and then we have 2 information purposes only. So why don't you proceed 2 minutes unfavorable, and then we're going to go to the 2 information only witness. Mr. Miller, you ready? Can you hear me? You're muted. You unmute yourself. Okay, you're not pushing
there,
right
got
there
it. Sorry about that.
Okay, you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are county and municipal government sustainability and recycling managers, composters, and private sector recyclers. We collect and process Maryland's municipal recyclables. MDE is already in the process of implementing 2 packaging-related EPR laws. The first for paint and paint containers, a relatively simple exercise with 10 programs operating in the country. There's a lot to learn from. The second is the comprehensive EPR packaging law for virtually all other packages, a highly complicated exercise with only 1 operating program in this country, and it's only been operating since last July. MDE has to write regs, and they've only just started issuing regulatory proposals and oversee the producer group. This is not an easy task. I must be the 3rd person on this panel who is in this morning's meeting of the Advisory Council. We did not actually spend 3 hours discussing the meaning of curbside. That actually took an hour. But these are some serious issues that have to be dealt with in figuring out how the law operates and how to implement it successfully. We cannot take that responsibility lightly. Fortunately, MDE has talented and dedicated staff working to meet those challenges. But adding another EPR for packaging law for a very small number of packages already covered by the comprehensive law just makes things harder. We support EPR laws. We are an active member of the EPR Packaging Advisory Council. We want this law to succeed. Our goal is a law that will be a model for the rest of the country. Let's concentrate on the big picture. Let's get this comprehensive bill fully and thoroughly implemented, and then move on to improve it if necessary through deposits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the witness? Seeing none. Why don't we pull up now we've got 2 witnesses, information purpose only. We'll take the virtual witness, and then Mr. Tosi, you can play cleanup. Oh, that's it? Okay, Mr. Tosi, you are the final witness of the day on this bill, and you're here for information purposes only.
Yeah, Jeff Tosi, representing the Maryland Environmental Service. We are a operator of environmental facilities throughout the state. We generally support efforts to increase recycling and goals and litter cleanup efforts. A lot of what I was going to say today has been mentioned by those who have been here in opposition. We're not here in opposition, but my comments are really focused on the existing EPR law that MDE is currently in the process of implementing and will be until roughly 2028. The program really won't be matured until about 2030. That law will include beverage containers. And in addition to that, and I'll just keep my comments short, the producer responsibility organization that's going to be managing that program is going to be required to produce data on recycling efforts. And we feel that it would be prudent for the legislature to allow the EPR program to mature then use a data-driven approach on whether or not the state should pivot on this particular issue for bottle containers. And that's pretty much sums up what I wanted to say today, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for our final witness? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 342 and concludes our work for today. Good job, guys. We made it through 94 witnesses, and we're still here. Okay.